There we go. All right, and we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first. I actually got it in the title in time. The first iteration of New Moon, our new group name decided. Twilight fans beware. Very excited to start tonight as the group is in a little bit of a pickle. Who wants to describe this pickle for DM inspiration?
It's crunchy, it's green.
I won't give you point of inspiration for that.
Oh.
I'll
All right, cool.
I'll describe. Or are you describing it, babe, or do you want me to describe it?
I'll let you do it, honey.
All right.
She was describing a pickle.
She's describing a pickle.
Yeah, slightly different.
They're green. So when we last left the New Moon, we first caught up with them at post-fight in the tavern, where they were fighting Brer Primarch, I believe was their name, and escaping in a tunnel that was under the stage. While under the stage, they happened upon this ancient cave painting that related to Slagtan's people's history and heritage, where Slagtan was transported mentally, maybe spiritually, into the past, where he both sort of interacted with people and got some deeper knowledge that he has yet to share with the group. While under there, Titian was dealing with the loss of his great friend, while Adim was task-oriented and trying to get everyone out, and Missing, Daphne, and Ianthe were all sort of working through and discovering that it was sort of their magic was shielded within the space as well. Upon exiting the tunnel after a while, we happened upon a group of tree or twig people. I forgot their names, but...
Ivings.
Yeah, their names? The Ivings, who, after some great stealthing by Adim and Slagtan, Titian decided to just try to make friends and walked straight up to them, but right before, and started interacting with them, which led to his eardrums being punctured by the trees sticking their fingers right into him. A huge fight ensued where the team just about died with, I know Titian fell and Slagtan fell both. Both were able to come back up after a while, and we had a great sort of moment of being saved by a blue peacock that swooped in and helped save the day as these Ivings were getting larger, meaner, and grosser. Apart from that, as soon as the peacock sort of swooped in, burned all the trees, the party found themselves separated as Titian was taken away for a short period of time and separated from the party without an understanding of where they are, and sort of introduced to a new NPC by the name of Kavish, who seems to be the owner of this bird. The rest of the party is sort of wondering where the hell Titian is, as they would like to berate him for trying to take the time and befriend suspicious little twig people.
Fantastic. Very nice. Please take that inspiration. Also, make sure you guys are using that inspiration too, by the way. Every 24-hour in-game hours, it will disappear. So,
thankfully, we haven't hit that point yet.
Thankfully, it's been like 3 hours.
You guys do move pretty quick on that. But they also don't stack, so there's that. So,
I used it last game, and that's got me a natural 20 that jumped Titian right back up.
There you go. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. So as we are connecting with the group over this tricky situation, I think it makes the most sense to actually start with Titian. So sorry, give me one quick second. Um, sorry, y'all. My brain just broke. 1 second. Gotta wait for it to reboot. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you in character?
Awesome. Nope, not at all. Nope, just making sure. So full disclosure, I didn't check to make sure that the stream was going well on YouTube, and Saturday it like froze up for some reason, so I wanted to make sure that wasn't happening. But we are good. I apologize. Okay, let's try this again. So Tishian, you are you were kind of in this encampment's not really like a good the right word. It's essentially just a just a knapsack, a couple of logs, and a fire. But you were sitting with Kavish, as Kavish is feeding the bird. And occasionally they kind of just look up at you. What is Tishian doing at this point?
I think the exact point we left off, and if I remember, I think Kavish just casted like lesser restoration on him or something that allowed his healing to, or basically allowed him to get function of his ears back, if I remember right.
Right. Absolutely.
So I imagine.
Yeah. Also, do me a favor. Roll me a. Roll me. Oh wait, no, that's not what it is. What the heck? So last session, what really happened was there was cure wounds on you, so that would have been. Roll me 3d8 plus 5.
3d8 plus 5. Okay. Ooh, wow. Okay. So that will be 14 plus 5. That's 19 points of healing. That's awesome. Thank you, Kavish.
So yeah, so I think there's probably a point where you're like kind of like trying to like, clear out your ears, just kind of make sure that you're able to hear everything okay. Maybe clean like some of the blood off of your mane, things like that.
Yeah, I think still be hurting. Still have like probably all the leaking has stopped, but definitely bruised and battered. So your name's Kavish, right?
Yes. Sorry, that was the wrong voice. Yes.
Yeah. Does your and Tishian will get up and just sort of walk gently over. Does your do they have a name as well?
Oh, she. Her name is Celestra.
Celestra?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
At least that's what she tells me.
Oh, so the bird talks to you?
Sometimes.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool. Thank you, Celestra, for helping save me and my friends just now. I really appreciate it.
Does like these like kind of like weird sort of like neck bend sort of thing. It looks like it's like trying to bow to you.
All right. And Tishian will just sort of try to bow back.
Yes, me and Celestra go a ways back.
Oh, a ways. Okay. How long have you been camping out here?
Well, I mean, in a certain way, I've always been out here.
Are you you're not from House Mall, are you?
No, I'm not. No. I assume you are. I hope I don't seem. I hope I don't seem wrong in that.
No, you're not wrong. I'm from. Yeah, I'm from there. Yeah, I'm born and raised. Actually, kind of the for a few times I've actually been outside of it. But yeah, I'm from House Mall.
I see.
You
Uh, so Lester tells me you were traveling with a group of friends and
oh, she
kind of
just
had a
told
run in with some friends.
she just now told you that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a thing. Yeah, that's fun. Did so yeah, I've been traveling with a few friends. We're just sort of getting out of the city a little bit, having to get out and about, sort of spreading our legs. No big reason why or nothing like that. We're just sort of wanting to see what's over around the city. Sort of wanting to get out.
I totally understand. I mean, this is a very big forest. It's pretty easy to feel like each step can be a different scenery. Was there a direction you were all headed?
That's a great question. Yeah, we're definitely heading towards, and obviously Tishian's looked at the map before, but I don't remember. Do you remember what direction we're heading, Joe? Like, I'm trying to remember in my notes.
You'd be heading north.
We'd be heading
kind
north.
of like north. Yeah, it's pretty much north, almost directly.
Okay. As Tishian's talking to this person, are they giving off any vibes as, like this is not them? Like, are they trying to get information, or are they just trying to make conversation? I guess is the biggest question I'm having right now.
Roll me an insight check.
You know what? Let's just say you didn't pass. That was a natural 3.
The natural, I will tell you this because I'll tell you what. I'll give you your passive instead. This person, first off, this seems to be like one of the calmest people you've ever met, by far. Seems to be pretty relaxed. It's kind of like you walked into someone who was like sitting in their favorite chair in their living room. Very chill, very relaxed. As far as the questions, it seems like they genuinely want to know. So yeah, I'll kind of leave it at that.
All right.
He genuinely wants to know.
He wants to know. Okay. Yeah, we're I think we're trying to head up north in a way. Just sort of trying to head up that direction just to see what's there. I think with the group I'm traveling with, they just want to sort of go and explore, I guess.
I see. Towards the mountains?
I don't, I'm not sure. They just brought me along because I'm obviously the muscle of the group.
Okay.
And honestly, like I'm a little worried about them just being. I don't know if you saw them, but like they're all a little bit scrawny. Like I'm just the big guy in the group.
I didn't see them. I just see you, and yes, you're very muscular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're great and capable people, but I'm just, so I'm not really the direction guy. I'm just the guy with the know-how and the muscles and the, all the other stuff. That's part of this.
Interesting. You seem to be very proud of that.
Well, I think it's okay to take pride in what one's like good at. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a bully or nothing like that. I'm not. Muscles ain't the only thing. It's important to have good education, which is reason why I got. I'm very smart as well. But
sorry, that wasn't like I'm not laughing because Tishian isn't smart. It was just such a like
the smartest of all of us.
That was so good.
But no, I'm just trying to make my way in the world like anyone else, really.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a very active statement of saying that you're trying to make your way in the world. I guess the way that I look at it is the world seems to shape itself around you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the world definitely shapes its way around you, but I think it kind of also depends on the world you're in too, right? Like,
I
coming from the city, you can build a house, you can do all these things, but I mean, it can definitely. It's not just you're not just a passive participant or nothing like that. Like you can shape your world to an extent.
sure, absolutely. I guess we just have different philosophies on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, hey, no, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to. I think that's all. I mean, tell me a little bit more about your philosophies. Like, what are you trying to do out here? Where are you going? Are you set up here for a long while, or?
Well, I was hungry, and I knew that there were uh, berries around here, so I traveled from my encampment and came up here, and I found you, which I think is it's exciting.
Yeah. What kind of berries did you find?
Oh, did you want to try some?
I would. You know what? I didn't want to be impolite and just ask, but I would
No,
love a
absolutely.
berry right now.
I mean, they're not mine to give, so I'm just
Yeah.
passing them along.
Yeah. No.
Um, and hands you, let's say, three good berries.
Oh, cool. Oh, I appreciate that.
You
Thank you
see
so
as he
much.
hands them to you, uh, there is a a warm sensation as you come close to him, and you feel like you weren't really sure at this point, but now, like as the sun's like kind of creeping up through the trees, you actually like get the feeling that the warmth that you've been feeling isn't actually coming from the sun; it's actually been coming from him.
Mm.
As you look closer at the marks around his face, and you see he has this kind of like, excuse me, he has this kind of pale blue, extremely pale blue kind of feature. You almost feel like you almost see it kind of like seem to move almost as if like as like waves of light against them. Um, roll me a history check, please,
Sure. As
or a
I'm
nature check.
rolling, also, as a paladin, would I recognize this as like the aura a paladin would like exude from themselves in any way, shape, or form?
No, good question.
Okay. So you said nature or history?
Mhm.
Oh wow, it's the exact same. Let's do let's do a nature check. We're in the woods. I rolled a natural 19.
Okay, fantastic. Um, you've heard of people like this before, and it's funny because there's actually some small similarities to Ianthe and Daphne here on this, but in a in almost like a polar opposite sort of way. As you determined that with a 19, based on knowledge you have of different sort of races and just kind of trying to get to know who they are for whatever reason. Um, Kavish is a fire genasi.
Oh, all right. So Kavish is a fire genasi. Would I, with my knowledge and with that role, would I know anything about? I mean, again, coming from Hasamal, who has problematic relationships with multiple, people in the countryside. Would I know anything about like the relationships between fire genasis and water genasis and those sorts of things?
Not really. I think even with the 19 and so 19's good. So it's like it is obviously not common knowledge. I
Okay.
think um, you do know that fire genasi seem to be increasingly rare in North Imea. You're not really aware of like any specific tribe of fire genasis around.
Okay. The
They
main thing,
do seem to be like with the 19. I'll tell you, they do seem to be nomadic in a uh, in a way that is somewhat dissimilar to people like Slagton.
somewhat dissimilar or similar, did you say?
I'm sorry. What I mean to say is they typically kind of like stick to themselves. Like they have their own like sort of private families and things like that. So
Understand.
it's not a surprise that you've only seen one.
Okay. Okay. And the main reason I was asking about the relationships is because I don't want to introduce Kavish if he's going to then attack Ianthe in a team or anything like that.
Sure.
So it doesn't
absolutely.
sound like that's on the table.
I would say using your like passive insight, this person kind of seems like he's never really attacked anyone in his life.
Yeah, he's giving off like really, to me, he sounds like a great big hippie, and I'm loving him. He's awesome. Okay. Man, you're warm. You're and I think Tishian's gonna do this. Like he's gonna put the good bears out. And he's gonna go. You're kind of warm.
Are
you running it? Are you?
roll a
You
flat charisma check for me on that.
Oh boy, that's not great. You said flat, so I don't use my modifier, or
so charisma. Yeah, so it's a D20 with using your charisma modifier.
yeah. So that'll be a 9.
Cool. With a 9, you do see him smile at that, and you see him. Yes, I suppose it's the Afriti in me.
The Afriti. Oh, I've hold on. I think a couple of my friends are kind of like you, except I mean different. But you're a fire genasi, I gather. I've heard.
You could say that.
Oh yeah, I've heard a little bit about. I mean, no, I don't want to be offensive. I'm so sorry if this is.
No, you're totally fine.
I've heard a lot about you. And I mean, I've been 2 of my friends are water genasi, and you know, I think they're related, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't asked them yet, but
they're not related to me.
No, I didn't. I assumed at the very best, like distant cousins, but I figured it'd be totally different. But
yes, they're rather different. Yes.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm sorry, you're the first. I imagine you've met lots of Leonin. I've never met a fire genasi before. I mean,
roll an insight check on that.
Yeah. There's a reason I was doing that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I keep rolling like trash. That's a natural 3, so insight would be
get different
a
eyes.
6. It was 6.
A 6. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He is also like he's not trying to hide very much most of the time, I think, from your perspective at least. He does seem yes, it seems like from a distance I've seen some of your kind.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's not. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot this close to Hasamal. I'm sure you've seen a lot of them. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would suggest you kind of stay away from them, though. Most of them seem like a really nice guy, not just. Most of them are
the concern.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be upfront and honest with you. Like, I'm not. Most of them aren't like nice like me, so I would just err on the side of caution there.
You do seem different than the ones I've come across. I wonder why that is.
Oh man, it's a long story and probably not worth getting into. And I think with that, Titian's going to grab his blueberry ball of liquor, which I'm assuming there's only like a third left, and he's just going to go. Yeah, it's probably not even like, and he's just going to be like, probably not worth getting into. But I'd love to share a drink if you got a second. I guess at least I owe you for the berries.
You see. You see a ripple in the the skin of this fire genasi. It seems like it kind of turns almost like a slight pinkish color for a second. And he goes, "I'm fine, thank you. You drink that willingly?"
I mean, yeah, I've been kind of sipping on it all day. A little bit.
you know,
here and there.
you're killing yourself slowly doing that.
I mean, it is alcohol, but I mean, it's kind of tasty, and you know, sometimes it helps take the edge off, I guess.
I'm unfamiliar with this term.
What term? The edge?
Take the edge off?
Yeah, you know, like I mean, you seem like a pretty chill dude, but I mean, like, have you ever been like stressed about something?
You just see like a blank stare back at you.
No, okay. No, okay.
I can't relate to this person at all.
How can I say? Okay, you know how you have a plant, and you know how sometimes a plant can get like overwatered or die or something like that, or can come close to being dead.
Yeah, it returns to the earth. Yes.
Yeah, that's being stressed. So like we're all like that plant is stressed when it's like not being taken care of, or when things are affecting it in bad ways. Now, the plant can't
Okay.
drink this good blueberry wine, but like we as humans, I mean, we as people can, and it doesn't fix us, but it at least allows us to sort of get into a position where we can start maybe course correcting or taking care of ourselves better, I guess.
I think I understand. To be clear, if you were to pour any of that liquid over these grounds, it would have quite the opposite effect. It wouldn't. It would definitely stress out the plants.
Because it's alcohol.
Yes, because it's poison. When he says that, you realize that he most likely had cast detect poison.
So I've been literally drinking poison and giving poison to most people all day long. I love it.
I mean, define poison.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I think Titian was going, oh, no, I'm not gonna pour it out. I just was trying to offer you something. You know, you gave me some nice berries, and I figured I'd just give you a little something in return, and
Oh, I appreciate it. I don't need
seal the friendship.
Yeah. So we're friends then.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. I mean, at least the start of a friendship. I mean, are you are we moving too fast? Is that
No,
do you want to go? Do you want to go slower?
We're just standing here.
I mean, like emotionally.
I would very much like to be your friend, Titian.
I would love to be your. Yeah, Kavish, you make me very happy too. I would love to be your friend as well.
Friend,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like we need to get you back to your other friends.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Why don't we go? Do you know where my other friends are?
I do not.
Oh,
I will say, if you're interested, I can introduce you to some of my other friends.
I mean, I would love that. I mean, are your friends just like you? Or are they cool, chill people, or are they?
They are people of the earth, so they have their own feelings about that.
I think that sounds.
But they're
cool.
safe, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. I just, I would. That's good to know, and I appreciate that. And I would love to meet your friends very much. Thank you, Kavish. I would love to do this.
Fantastic. Just incidentally, where are your friends headed, just in case you needed to contact them in any way?
Oh, I don't. Again, I don't rightly know. As I said, I'm just the looks of the party. I don't really know where they're going.
Would they would they be close to the place that you call hostile, the large stone walls?
I would say, I mean, that's where we were when we got in the little tussle with the plant people, which I'm assuming you're not super. They did poke my ears a little bit. They did put their finger. They did damage me first. They drew. They flung the first finger, but
Well, I mean, to be
that
clear, I things are a very curious creature. I don't know if they meant any harm by it.
I don't know. I mean, you saw they really jacked my ears up bad though. But
They did.
yeah, I mean, I imagine that's where they. I imagine they probably put some distance between themselves and the city, for sure. But I mean, that's where we were when Celestra definitely scooped me up. But I
Well,
imagine they've gone away from that, now.
assuming that's where your friends would be that way, and my friends are
Mm.
this way.
Oh,
So it's up to you.
oh man. Um, I mean, we're assuming my friends are that way. I don't know if they are that way, but I definitely know your friends are this way. Is there any way we can go get my friends and then go back, or is it just one way or the other?
I mean, it's completely up to you. I can help bring you to your friends if that's what you're asking. My friends are. They'll wait.
All right. Why don't we go scoop my friends up and then we go see your friends together and just have an all friend throwdown friend time, friendly bunch
Worth.
in a
I
good
don't.
way.
Okay. Okay. Well, you see him kind of close his hand and the fire goes out. I see you do have some belongings. Do you want me to carry them for you? I know you're still kind of.
No, I'm fine. I can still carry my load. Do you want me to carry anything for you, Kavish? I'd be happy to lighten your load a little bit though.
I very much appreciate it, friend, but I can manage for sure. Um, it's interesting you have
Okay.
this like this very it looks to be like a very thick, heavy material around you.
Oh yeah, you're talking about my sort of chainmail here.
I believe so. Yes. Why do you carry it
Yeah,
around? It
yeah.
looks so heavy.
I mean, it's I mean, it's for protection. It's something like I said. I'm being the muscle of the group. It's something that like I gotta be ready in case they get into trouble, and I gotta come in and help keep the peace.
Why do you think you need so much protection? It
We
looks
just
like you're
fought a bunch of
walking around
twig.
with a rock. And at this point, as you guys are talking, you're on your way. You're traveling.
Sure, sure, sure. All right. I mean, you saw we just got in a fight with a bunch of twigs, man. Like, you know, who knows what we're gonna fight next? Maybe a branch, maybe a stump.
I would argue that if you were dressed in armor that was somewhat like them, they might be less likely to attack you.
Do you do you have wooden armor? Is that what you're trying to sell me on?
I could help out a friend for sure. I
I
am
mean,
not a I am not a person that is specifically good at building that, but I have some friends.
I mean, I'd be open to it. Sure. I mean, I'm not attached to this at all. It's just what I could afford. Um, After everything. So it's just what I have on hand. But if you have friends, I'd love to sort of talk to them and maybe get something, maybe do an upgrade or something better.
An upgrade for sure. Continues on as you guys kind of walk through the forest. Um, as the sun is coming up, we're going to switch over to the rest of the party, and you all are You all, I believe we decided you guys were going to be like up on top of that big flat boulder, right? Or did you want to stay in the cave?
That was the discussion we were having, and I think we were. I don't know. I'm good. Adim seemed pretty set on the top of the boulder, and I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
I just personally don't feel like getting rooted down by those things if they feel like coming back.
Sure. As you guys are on top of the boulder, are you? I would say you guys can take this as a short rest, unless you guys feel like you're actually going to sleep.
What time of day is it? It's like
It's-
dawn, isn't it?
It's morning.
Yeah, it's dawn.
It's morning.
Yeah, and we haven't slept. But we're missing Titian.
But we're missing Titian, so I feel like I probably wouldn't want to go to sleep. I'd want to find Titian.
Okay.
Go until like we absolutely can't, or we find Titian, whichever comes first.
Okay. So we'll say that you all kind of take a short rest. So feel free to mark that as you see fit. Let me know if you have any confusion on the short rest rules as far as HP goes.
Oh, I have an extra hit die because we leveled up.
Hooray!
Cool. So as you guys are taking a short rest, Ianthe Daphne comes up to you.
Okay. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm getting there. And are you guys okay? I know you're missing your friend.
I mean, we have to find him. We can't leave him out here. He's as hurt as the rest of us.
I understand. I'm stuck in the Irish voice. I understand. I wanted to just let you know wherever you're going, I think we'll probably eventually have to split up. I think it's time for me to go
Oh,
home.
absolutely. You're going home. There's no question of that.
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page of that. Also, Missing has decided to come with me.
Yes. I'm not surprised by that, and I think they should. They're very protective of you, and I trust them with you. I think I might send Abel with you as well. He knows how to get home from here.
What is Abel doing as you're talking?
Where is he? He's probably struggling to climb up the rock.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys have an entire short rest. Abel just gets up the rock.
Yeah. Abel, you're gonna go home with Ianthe. Nope, I'm Ianthe. You're gonna go home with Daphne. I'm tired.
Don't do that to me. You can't. I know you. I mean, I've known you long enough. I know that you're twin sisters, but occasionally, I'm not entirely sure who is who. That's not funny.
It's been funny since we were kids, Abel. It will never not be funny.
Daphne.
I'm gonna send you.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna send you with Daphne and Missing. I think the three of you should get back to Celeste. She needs to heal, and someone's got to get her there.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that, especially just protecting them, keeping them under my protection. So gives you kind of this kind of look of obviously not being serious. Speaking of, I hate to ask this of you, but I am unarmed.
You are. I don't have much. I don't know. Dean, Slagton,
All right.
do you think you'd be able to help them?
Of course. Let's just see what we got.
What?
I mean, I have a dagger.
What are you able to fight with?
I'm sorry?
You're asking for a weapon. What can you use? I don't know.
I did a lot of stick fighting when I was younger.
I'll hand her my quarterstaff. I do not need this.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, great. Thank
I'm
you.
great with this.
You see Abel swing the stick like a sword. Okay.
Good job.
He's great with it. He knows exactly what he's doing. Excellent.
It also help walk long distance.
Perfect.
Yes, the versatile weapon. Thank you. Okay. Well, I mean, I just got up here, so I obviously need to rest. You see Missing immediately get up and go, okay, it's light outside. It's probably best for us to kind of stay on the roads. Let's head out.
Missing.
The three of you, or all of us. We have to find Titian. And your help would be appreciated, but if you need to get going, I want Daphne home.
You look at Missing as you say this and go,
Mm-hmm.
I think
We will
bringing
find
Daphne
him.
home is the top priority here for me at least.
All right.
I would like to try to talk to Missing.
Yeah, you take a moment.
Missing, you are my tribe now. When we burn the city, I will find you. We're on together.
Missing gets ooh, let me see. Roll me a persuasion check.
It's gonna be flat, but that's okay. Not too bad. 14.
Okay. You see Missing put Missing goes, when you're ready to burn this city down, and then puts their forehead to your forehead, you better come find me first.
Of course.
Gives you a pat on the shoulder. Okay. Good luck, guys.
As they start to walk away, I'd like to catch up with Missing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Prior to leaving that house, I don't know, I reach into my pouch and I pull out that bronze coin that Bud gave me. Bud flipped this to me. What is it?
Interesting. Missing looks at the coin, looks up at you, and you can see a smirk on their face. And go, if you ever come to Dare's Wharf, I'm sure you'll find out.
I've been to Dare's Wharf a lot. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just show that coin.
I pocket it again.
Cool.
Safe travels.
I'm over having
you can roll an insight check on that if you want.
Okay. Let me see. Insight with my massive +0. 14.
That's what I did.
You kind of noticed that Missing for a second looked like they were going to say something else and then stopped and said that. I think with a 14, you get the feeling that it's not that they don't want to tell you.
Do I get the impression, can I tell with the 14, if me with this coin in Dare's Wharf would be a dangerous thing or a positive thing?
Yeah.
I'd like to think it's positive because Bud didn't seem to hate me.
Looking at the coin, any idea of a currency that is not either like South Imaean or, we'll say, for lack of a better word, Hasamalian, I think you would consider that to be dangerous.
Okay, great. Put it back in my pouch.
Cool. Cool. Missing kind of gives one last look at the group and thank you for helping us get out.
We're all talking to Missing, but I wanted to go talk to Missing too.
Yeah, you can go talk to Missing. As Missing
Yeah.
turns away, like feeling very confident on their like word of finality, you go and you catch up to Missing.
While this is going on, I'm giving Abel pointers on how to use a quarterstaff, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a good idea. Do me a favor, roll me a man. What's the roll for that? Roll me a teaching check.
Intelligence?
Persuasion?
I think it's kind of more of a performance check in a way.
It's all the same for me. Any one of
Yeah.
them. It's a 9. He'll smack himself in the face a few times.
Yeah, it
he's got
looks
a
like
bloody
it's,
nose.
yeah, you immediately try to and you see him bonk his head several times. You notice that there's a certain point where you're still like trying to train him on this, and he's wiping away tears. Like it's bad. It looks like it's going to be a long uphill battle to be able to get able to.
I just want him to feel good about himself.
Had the opposite effect.
I know. That was my intent.
You catch up to Missing. Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to thank you. However, off to a difficult start we got, you kept my sister alive these past few weeks, and I owe you a great debt for that. And I just want you to know, whatever you may think of Titian, I trust him. Daphne trusts him. He's not a bad person. He's on our side. Just remember that, please. We're not bad people. Nothing worse than you, at least.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Where's my 20? Where'd I put it? 20 total.
You say no more worse than you, and as you say that, Missing kind of turns and looks at you, and you can see kind of an intensity in their eyes as they say, "You're not really saying a lot." And as that happens, Missing transforms into a half elf woman, slightly taller, like blonde hair, blue eyes.
Just get her home. Try to send word if you can when you get there.
Do you really owe me one?
Yes. I don't think she'd be here if it weren't for you.
You see a smile kind of come across the elven woman's face. It's not a good thing to make deals with the Fae.
You're not as scary as you think you are.
In the back, you just hear, damn.
Yeah, I think with that, Missing just kind of nods and goes, "Good luck."
You too.
You see them kind of walk off. You watch in the distance as Abel is like. Abel, I want to make this very clear. In my view, Abel is a full-grown adult. But you see him like practicing like moves and
Like the
stopping
Star Wars
to do that.
kid.
Yeah, like stopping to do that. and then realizing that they're behind and running and catching up. And you see this happen several times.
I am glad I did not give him sharp weapon.
I almost did. It would have been really bad.
And you see them kind of disappear beyond the trees.
How do we find Tolkar?
I don't know. I could try to send him. We could move in directions, and I can try to talk to him if I'm close enough. He'll hear me.
You could find the least likely place it would be safe and head in that direction. He's probably there.
Yes.
So back to Hot Small. I'm not going back there.
Longer we stay here, sooner Lion will find us. Not good Lion.
No. I suppose we. I don't know. Look for.
Joe, at this point in the conversation, is our short rest over?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out if we're like moving or not.
Yeah, no, I think you guys are taking your moment there. To be clear, just to be able to make sure, like, you guys have a very clear sort of like envision in front of you. There is the forest to your right. You don't necessarily see. You don't necessarily see any like movement in the bushes that you'd be familiar with at this point. You also see that mirror. You can kind of see like maybe like some sort of like smokestack or something in the far distance. It's about so if we said you were heading east, which was like right of you, mirror is kind of like northeast.
Oh, right. Mir is where we're headed.
It's up to you.
Well, Mir was on the way to the Ravens thing, right?
Kind of. Yeah, it is a little bit off path, but it's also the closest, like, as far as you guys know, that is the closest, like, area to be able to
You can sleep in a
reset
purple bed.
and yeah.
We need to.
We could go to town. I hate towns. And hope TCN finds us.
I don't necessarily feel like that's like hoping Tishian doesn't walk into the forest and find things that are going to pop his ears. I don't think hoping is a good idea.
So we wait for him.
Well, first of all, before we decide anything, you said you could send him a message.
I could try if he's
Try
within a
that
certain distance. he'll
Try
hear
that
me.
first.
All right.
Before we move, try that.
Okay, I'm gonna send Tishian. I'm gonna cast message. See if I pick up a signal. Tishian, can you hear
So
me?
the tricky thing with message is you have to even point in a direction.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is like spend, a couple seconds like in one direction.
Cool. That's fair. Yeah, I love that.
This
She's like a
direction.
satellite dish.
A little bit, yeah. I picture
scatter.
I'm doing the thing when you don't have good service and you're like just going in all directions. Like, where's the signal?
I'll go boop.
You do
While she's
not
doing it.
come across anything.
First rule of being lost is do not move.
Exactly. So, how about
We wait for a short time.
does anybody here speak? Well, how well do any of us know Tishian?
Not
We
very.
just met him. We all just met him.
Do any of us read or write Leonin?
No.
No.
All right, that's nice. This is a real wonderful thing.
Any message we leave, one of them are going to be able to read too.
Right. Well, I had something else in mind, but it's
okay.
if we don't know Leonin. I honestly, I want to at least give him a chance to return to where he thinks we are.
Mm-hmm.
We give till noon? The high sun?
How close are we to Osmol? Can we see it?
You can. It's about. It's probably about. I mean, you guys. I think it took about maybe 3 hours to get out of there. Um,
Yeah.
so it looks to be about about a mile and a half away, maybe 2 miles.
So it's they're
What
not
direction
going to
are we
see
from
us from the
Osmol?
walls or anything.
It would be pretty hard, like not by naked eye. No.
Okay, and if they're using
What-
magic or something, then they're going to see us
Yeah.
anyway.
What cardinal direction are we from Hasselmal?
You are north of Hasselmal.
Okay, we are north of Hasselmal.
Sure. Let's wait till noon. And
Okay.
then we can make something up from there if he doesn't show up.
There.
I will need everyone to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
At least I'm good at it.
Yeah, including Titian.
those are very tired.
8.
15.
Also 15.
Nice. What did Slagtan get?
13.
13? Cool. Adim, as you are waiting, I think you start to kind of like look off in the distance. What is Adim doing? I will say during the waiting game, what do you think Adim's up to?
How much rest can I get?
Well, a short rest doesn't count as a long rest. So
Right.
as far as exhaustion goes, it's going to hit you no matter what.
Right. Honestly, I'm probably sketching in my book.
Okay.
I'm
cool.
probably, just to keep an eye on Hasselmal,
Yeah.
I'm probably sketching the city.
Cool.
And
You
just
start-
like looking around as well. Like if I get bored of that, since we're waiting till noon, I'll find like plant, you know, or like,
so as
toss
you're
my dagger
sketching
in
in
the
your,
air, and
okay, as you're sketching in your book, you're starting to kind of like draw like the outline of the wall, and then there's a certain point where you're not really sure what happened, but your eyes kind of snap open and you realize that your quill or pencil has drawn like a diagonal line down through your drawing, as you know that you just like kind of like
oh, so I dozed
went out
off.
for a second.
I wasn't like spirit riding or anything. I dozed off.
Nope. Yeah, you just dozed off. So you'll have to take a point of exhaustion.
Of course. Okay. I don't know how to do that on my sheet, but
If you go to conditions on D&D Beyond,
I see. Oh, I see it on the bottom. Okay, I'm there.
Cool.
That's what you get for watching
As you guys are sitting there and you're kind of you're we'll actually do this. Let's go quick around. What is everybody doing as they're waiting? So we got Adim kind of drawing in the book, flipping knives, things like that. I think Adim, you probably stopped flipping the knife once you realized that you just like almost dozed off for a second.
Yeah.
I am probably being patient, as this isn't, being from a hunting outdoor background, I know patience is important, and I'm probably just watching for Titian more than anything, so we
Cool.
can move.
I kind of picture like Slagton is just like at the like highest point on the rock, like right over the center, and you're just like kind of like crouched over, just watching.
Exactly what I was picturing.
Cool. Ianthe.
There were flowers down, like flowers grew right after the phoenix left.
Oh yeah, there is.
I would have climbed down, picked some flowers, and I'm making a flower crown.
After I tried to stop her.
I found some flowers. They're pretty.
While she's picking. Oh no, I already did press one of those. I already grabbed one and pressed one last meeting.
That's what made me think of it.
Yeah. I pressed one in my book already. Okay.
Oh, come on, you dumb. Anyone remember what the name of those flowers were?
Did I write them down like a smart person?
Well, the DM didn't, so that's.
I may
I
have.
remember I didn't write it down.
I don't think I did
remember
either.
what you were saying.
Biscuits.
I am looking. Where is he?
Blanket flowers. I did write it down. Go me.
Blanket flowers?
I don't know. That's what I wrote.
That sounds right.
Okay. loud. Yep. Cool. Awesome.
So that's when I take my break from watching for Tishy and for watching Ianthe to make sure she doesn't get jumped while she's down there.
Okay.
I'm just shaking my head.
In that case, roll me a straight. In that case, roll me a straight perception check.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I'm rolling garbage. 8.
Okay. Cool. I will also allow. Oh, a demon ran off. Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
A DM. No, it's okay. I would
My
say
phone was
also.
going off, so I was like, what's going on?
I would say also roll a perception check, and I would say with disadvantage because you're exhausted.
Disadvantage. Let me see. Okay. I got a dirty 20 and a dirty 18. So 18.
Nice. Awesome. Very nice. Cool. You hear you hear a wagon approaching in the distance, right where you saw Daphne and Missing kind of disappear through the through the bush. You see a wagon. You hear a wagon approaching before you see it, I think.
Is there any way to be where we are and not be seen from the road, like around
absolutely.
a crag or?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find that.
The same thing.
You notice that you notice at first that Slagtan is actually watching Ianthe, who is down below, next to the road.
I find a pebble and toss it at her.
Cool. I will say it would usually be with advantage. It's a straight roll because of exhaustion.
All right. What what am I rolling?
I'd say use your thrown weapon. So use yours. Use whatever attack modifier.
+5. Okay. I'll roll to hit with a dagger. I'm not throwing a dagger.
Here's the good news. Here's the good news.
You throw a dagger.
Garbage. I have a garbage AC.
Well, I've got garbage rolls. So 9.
Oh, that actually misses.
Okay.
That actually misses me.
Did it make enough noise that she like?
It did. It did. I rolled for it. Yeah. So you do see you feel like a as you hear this pebble just go past your ear.
And hopefully she turns around and I point.
I'll turn around.
I point at the carriage or the wagon where it's coming from and point to my ear, and then I go around the corner so I can't be seen.
Fantastic. Cool. Ianthe, I assume you join up. Slagtan, you realize that you realize what you're hearing now.
Yeah, if I won't be like super obvious, like if they won't see me trying to climb a rock.
I don't help her if she's needs help getting up too.
Okay, cool. So here's what I'll say with that.
I am very weak.
So this is interesting. I'm gonna map out all this in my head to you guys. I'm gonna make it very clear what I think here. I would like Adeem to roll a straight stealth check. It would be with advantage because he's moving before seeing anything. However, it's exhaustion, so it's a straight roll. I will need Slagtan to roll a straight roll because you're actually helping. Yep, because you're helping Ianthe. And I would also need Ianthe to roll a straight roll because it would be a disadvantage because you are so close to where this carriage is going to be.
All of these are stealth.
Mm-hmm.
I botched.
Nice.
Not one.
Oh,
I'm really tired.
Oh man.
Ooh, I got a dirty 20.
Okay. Nice.
So I would not average for me, so I got a 14.
14. Okay, cool. All right. Tishian, please roll me a luck check, please.
Are there any? There's no modifiers to the luck check, correct?
No.
All right. Ooh, that's a 10.
Okay. So, as you start to see this wagon get pulled around, you see it is a covered wagon. You see there is a halfling that is kind of like a rider who's kind of pushing the horses along, and you see on basically like one's leading in front. There's two on either side, and then there's two in the back. You see 5 in all, highly decorated officers of the Roar. Um, Tishin, you're not there.
I know. I'm still saying fuck. I'm sorry.
That was the luck. That's what the luck check was for. As you all go to like kind of hide behind rock formations and things like that, Adim, you notice the pebble that you had picked up seemed to have seemed to have been the only thing that was actually holding up this larger rock. As you go, throw it, notice it start to tumble. You go to reach for it, no luck. You see it start to go and roll into the middle of the road.
Maybe able to squish them.
The entire party stops, and I would like everyone to roll a non-combat initiative here. Except for Tisha.
You like my system of just like me, this guy?
Yeah, that was good. Okay. What we get, y'all?
8.
14.
Okay.
6.
All right. So the boulder rolls down, literally just sitting in the center of the road. Couldn't be in a worse spot. You see one of the, because none of you actually know like specific members of the Roar. None of them look familiar to you. You see one of the members actually look up to where you guys are at.
Can I stop ask a question really quick?
Sure.
Based on my position and my screw up, does it seem like the two of them are out of sight, but I'm the one who's visible?
Yeah, I will say so. Yeah.
Okay, so when that rolls down, I look at the two of them like, stay down, be quiet. And I'll just pop up and look completely embarrassed.
Okay, cool.
And start walking towards them.
Okay. That's far enough.
I'm so sorry. My apologies.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get to Hasamal. I got lost in the forest. These weird stick creatures attacked me. Look. And I like point at my wounds.
Okay.
I said, so I was trying to climb up here to figure out like if I was on the right track or not to get a little bit higher ground. And I think I dislodged that rock. Can I help you move it back? I'm really sorry.
What is your name?
Adim? What's yours?
Adim. You don't look like you're from around here.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. That's what my next stop was to get to a city so that I can work my way back to Dare's Wharf so I can get back to my ship. Like I'm not from here. I don't mean to cause any problems.
Where were you coming from?
What was the name of the I'm asking because I don't
Mir.
have my sheet.
Mir.
What? Mir. I'm like, Mir, it should be that way. I think I got turned around in the forest. I was looking for something and food. I don't know. I don't want to stop you, sir. If I can just help you move the rock out of the way, I'll be out of your hair.
Roll a persuasion check with disadvantage as you're exhausted.
This isn't gonna work. I botched again.
I don't understand. You came from Mir. That's where we came from. We've never seen anyone like you there.
Well, I'm not. I've been in the forest for a while. That's where I got attacked. You have to notice I've been attacked by something planty.
You say you're going to Hasmal, yes?
Yeah.
Why don't you ride with us?
Okay.
Um,
How many
Get
times
in.
can we split the party?
Oh man, this is good.
so you get in the covered wagon.
Not yet.
Okay.
Because I have to move that boulder for that rock first. It's in the way. You said it was in their way.
Oh no, they're telling you to get in.
Oh, they're telling me to get in.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't want to do this. Do I have the things I was telling you about before?
Yes.
Okay.
Whether or not you're aware of them is completely up to your character, but I think, if mechanically speaking it works for you on that point, I will allow it and we'll do the role play after.
Okay, so here's what my thought is. I want to use one of them.
Okay.
And then move underneath the thing so that as they're looking for me, they can't find me.
Okay. 1 second.
And hopefully they just move on.
Hold, please. What are the rest of you guys doing? Are you guys doing anything while this is going on?
Yeah, if they're doing anything, they should do that
I'm
now.
just unlashing weapons, but I'm staying down.
I'm trying to think of an illusion that I could cast that would get him out of this and coming up blank.
Okay. Yeah, mechanically speaking, whatever Adim is doing is a disadvantage. So he could use the help.
Yes. For the record and out of character, never get me drunk again, and I need my beauty sleep.
Same.
That in character.
Let's do this. I like where you're going. Interesting. How do you think this manifests?
On me,
Mhm.
or
Specifically the spell.
I don't understand your question, because I know that there's going to be some physical change on me, and I have that figured out. But what do you mean, the spell itself?
Yeah, I think so. Because we don't have to be cagey with that. You're casting fog cloud, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How does that appear to come?
I would imagine, given my budding control over all things liquid,
Right.
is that it kind of draws moisture from everything around the area, slightly enough so
Cool.
not causing damage, and just kind
I
of
love that.
starts appearing everywhere in the radius.
Do you think it's fair to say that this was can we put this as the idea of like this was a story arc thing that happened, but you're not really like this is not something that was necessarily of your control at the moment?
Yes. So you totally. Because I'm unaware of it. That's why I was like, where do we stand? Because you said you're going to do something with it, but I wasn't sure. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, you guys haven't had a long rest yet, so that's a
Right. Yeah. I tried.
So this is where we start to see some weird shit going on around Adim. Adim, as you're talking about this, roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. There it is. Perception.
DM question while he's rolling. Is it sunny?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I see fog coming out of the ground, I'm going, what the bleep is that?
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, fantastic. You start to see basically like water droplets seem to come up out of the so the road has just this is probably the most traveled road of anything in North Imea besides maybe like Ariscar stuff. So there is a lot of dirt here, but the grass itself, you start to see all around you. And I think just to see, sorry, one quick second. Okay, yeah. I think at first both Ianthe and Slagton, you actually see it kind of like the droplets of water seem to move up in the air close to you.
What monster? Come now.
And Ianthe, you notice this water droplet like kind of come up, this singular water droplet kind of come up to you and just stop and hover in the air for a second as this commotion's going on. What do you do?
I poke it.
You poke it, and as you poke it, you see this,
Yeah.
and this fog starts to roll in. And I think the way I envision it actually kind of like comes from the outside, that 20-foot radius, and starts to kind of center in. As it starts to kind of move in at that moment, you hear all the guards go, "To arms!" And you start to see them kind of like get off their horses, grab their weapons, things like that.
And since I don't know what's going on, do I know it's me doing it?
No, you have no idea.
Okay, so I pull out my weapons and look around, and I'm like, what now?
I was thinking the same thing.
But do I notice a change on me?
I think you, if you want to take that moment to do, I don't know, you rolled pretty low in your perception check on that.
I think okay, can I describe it to them?
Yeah, absolutely.
If they can see me. Okay, so as this is happening, my hair that was the color of seaweed actually takes on the look of seaweed and starts flowing as if I'm underwater. There's a current, and my skin in certain areas that are exposed. You see a language that none of you recognize, kind of tattoos appearing on me, but they're less tattoos. And my skin becomes like it's water, and you're looking beneath the water as if something's written on like mossy stone underneath it. But I don't notice. So,
Love it.
and I'm just like, what now?
Yeah, you have your trident out. You see that. You see the halfling. I think this is on point. The halfling throws a pebble at you.
At me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Rude.
So just to kind of get your attention.
Okay.
And goes and points to the back of this wagon is, and goes like this.
I don't know what it means. Michael,
Whatever you think a deem interprets that as.
I have no idea. Okay. Well, I know what a demon was going to do. So,
yeah, I'm just telling you that's what happens.
Okay. As the fog cloud is coming up, once it envelops the wagon, my hope was to slide down and get under the wagon, but not on the ground.
Okay.
So they couldn't see me.
Okay, so you're climbing under the wagon.
But once it comes up, given what the halfling just did, can I take a look-see really quick? Because the fog cloud may have not gone in the wagon. Can I just look in the back of the wagon really quick, or take a glimpse?
So you're trying to climb under the wagon and then come out the backside to look in.
Yeah, to see what it is that he was like. I'm not sure if he was saying if I go back there I'm going to die, or go back there and be quiet, or like I'm not sure what it was he was saying. So
yeah, we'll say this. Roll me a because you're still like you'd be seen as much as the other person, so we'd say that as an advantage on stealth. However, you're still exhausted, so it's a lot of really trying to be. The difficulty here is trying to be as quiet as possible.
Right.
That's the difficulty. So go ahead and roll me a straight stealth check.
Okay. I'll take the 21.
There it is, baby.
Okay.
Cool. With 21, because that's excellent. 21, you get underneath and you start to kind of climb under. And I think before you even look in, you hear the sounds of you hear footfalls. You hear as you're kind of moving along, you can actually hear there are like you can actually feel the wagon itself is shaking slightly.
Okay.
As you feel there are definitely people in here.
Okay.
Do you still want to look at the back, knowing that?
Yes.
Cool. You look in the back and you see there is 4 chests that seem to be kind of like lined up almost in a line, and kind of almost stationed almost around them. You see manacled hands and feet of what looks to be essentially prisoners. You see their like very like tattered cloak. People, a couple of them look to be like human height. I'll say all in all. Let's do this. Okay. All in all, you see 10 prisoners in here.
Hell. What can I tell race or species or whatever D&D is using now?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to see because also the fog is like kind of like starting to kind of seep in there. So I will say roll me a straight perception check. I would say.
Okay. 18. Excuse me.
18. You see there looks to be a couple of so you see about I'll make it easy. There's 5 humans. We'll say that there's 3 males, 2 females. And you see that there is also what looks to be 5 halfling creatures as well. You also see, actually, I'm sorry, I'll make that 4, and you see there's 1 goblin.
Okay. I hate my life.
The DM is going to be very clear on this and telling you that this fight would be hard with full health.
Okay, there's 4 chests, 10 prisoners, mostly humans, some halflings, and a goblin.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 armed leonin, right?
5.
5 armed leonin.
When you say they're chained prisoners, they are chained in what way?
You see they're chained by their hands and feet and chained actually to like a portion. That's actually a really good question. You see it actually is chained to a portion of the wagon. So it's like the manacles of the hands and feet are actually running through a slot in the wood. That is actually slot's not the right word for it. It's actually like a hole, as if that is as if that was almost fashioned for it.
Okay. Running through the hole, is the hole in the bottom or the top of the wagon?
It's essentially kind of like running through the bench that they're sitting on.
I see. How sturdy is the bench?
I mean, it looks pretty sturdy, but it's up to you.
Because I have a trident that can be used as a lever.
Yeah. I will say with this, just to kind of like put things in perspective, the way this works is they're all individual holes. So I think as a DM, I will give you time to try and free one of them, but don't roll bad.
That's not
with disadvantage.
I'm going to roll because that is who a DM is, even though I think it's stupid.
Yeah.
Who
I'm so here for it, though. I'm so here for this.
I just want to say, Adim was talking so much trash about Tishian earlier, like fighting the tree people.
The difference is no one's telling me to stop.
Not yet.
Debatable. Right.
The reason is I'm being quiet.
The DM is literally telling you.
You can't do this.
But I will say it does make sense in character. So
yeah, it does.
for the rest of you, you just see that there's fog that's around.
I am legitimately thinking, what now? And I basically have arranged like a javelin in one hand and a hand axe in the other. I like my vantage point right now. I don't want to go down on the ground. I want to be able to see what the heck's coming. Because to me, there's some other abomination ready to come charging out of the forest who's got some other trick up their sleeve.
For the record, so's the Dean. Like a team is thinking the exact same thing.
Do me a favor. I will give you advantage on this, but roll me another stealth check. Slag 10.
Another. Oh.
Thank you, cover. Oh, that was a 20 that went over to a 14.
14. Okay, cool.
Which is what I had before.
With a 14, you see this armored Leonin, kind of like looks to like have most likely what should look like a long mane, except that it was actually cut short. So it's like almost like the Leonin equivalent of like a buzz cut.
Like Guile from Street Fighter.
What's that? Yeah.
Like Guile
No,
from Street
not
Fighter.
that high. Not that high. A little shorter than that. But because it also kind of like runs down the back, so you see it's essentially like a, it's like a mane.
It's a mullet.
That would start here. It's kind of like a mullet. Yeah. I would say it's kind of more of like a mohawk mullet.
Okay.
Anyway,
on the
all
top
right.
part
That's
of the
not
back.
what's important.
Okay.
Disagree.
You see every hair follicle. No. You hear the thump, thump, thump. And as you kind of peer just around the corner where you're at enough point where you don't see, where you're not like giving yourself away, you see a heavy greaved foot. And you know in this moment that you have a very, you could have a very good shot on hitting this Leonin.
And as much anger and rage as I have, I also realize that I got nothing in the tank right now, and I don't have a reason to just attack a guy. I'm not a cold blood murderer.
I think it's more of like the way that I wanted to kind of present this to you is the idea of like, I personally think there's a little bit of Slag 10 here that like looks at this as an opportunity wasted.
Okay.
And I
so
fully
best way to
assume
handle
mechanically you are doing that, but yeah.
I'm rolling for it.
Okay.
And I rolled a 20 saving throw, so I'm holding back.
Woo!
Cool.
Because I was giving myself a 10.
Yeah, I love it. So you see this heavy foot, like you are like, it's essentially almost over you.
Well, I thought I was high. I thought I was on top of a rock.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Let's reface that. You notice. Okay, we'll put it this way. You actually notice the mohawk because you can see it from the top level.
I realized I could throw a javelin through his skull right now.
I think with as close as you are, you could just jump on this thing and take its head off.
If missing was here, I would do it all day long.
Yeah. You see this move. You see this large figure, just. That looks around, spear in hand.
Yeah, like I said, doesn't mean I gotta see how things go here because like I could, if all things go as they possibly could, I may have to make the move. But
there's
right
a point where it stops,
mm-hmm.
and it's facing the direction where you can see Ianthe is hiding behind a rock.
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Okay.
Ianthe, do you do anything this moment?
Am I seeing the big scary?
I don't think you're seeing it. I think you're hearing it.
Okay. I'm probably just trying to make myself as little as possible. Because there's no way I'm getting in a fight with these guys.
Cool.
I'm squishy and tapped.
Okay. I'm gonna roll. If you're just doing a stealth check, which it sounds like what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Can I use my action to hide?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing is I'm giving you advantage on the stealth check as you are already behind cover. However, I am rolling, just to let you know. I am rolling for this. So
let me see if I'm ready to go. I also have nothing in the tank. I got friggin'. Okay, can I try? I can do the thing. It's foggy where we are too, or it's just foggy?
It's not foggy enough that there's like that there's an impedance You see that kind of facing the cart, but not where you are. Because it kind of made it be a little bit bigger and then kind of close in where it would actually be.
Okay. So what I want to do is I want to like draw their attention away from us.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try. I'm going to cast Dancing Light, and I'm going to make it a subtle spell because I have one more. I have one more point.
Okay.
And I'm going to do, so you can, let's see, you can combine the 4 lights into one glowing, vaguely humanoid form. So I kind of want to make the dancing lights look like, and I feel, no, I'm not going to say that. I kind of want to make it like in the fog, so it's like, it looks distorted because of the fog. And it's like maybe running away into the woods.
Hey, Ianthe, fuck yeah. That's super good. I love that.
I'm panicking.
Roll. Okay, so in this case, I will say roll your spell attack modifier for this.
Okay.
Which is significantly better than your stealth.
It surely is.
Do I throw a javelin at it? What do? I don't know what it is. I got a fog and a glowing person now. She's
Am
silent.
I able to make eye contact with Flagtan?
No.
I wouldn't be looking at him right now.
Never mind. Then do what you do with Flagtan. Okay. Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh, that's really good. 26.
Cool. Awesome. So there is a moment that you see. I think with this, just to be able to kind of set it to the point that you know that Slagton wouldn't go off of it, it looks somewhat like Daphne, I think. Is that fair?
Okay. Yes.
You see like kind of the like long flowing hair of Daphne as you cast dancing lights. That the way that you're able to move the lights. This is a cantrip. You have a mastery of your dancing lights.
Yeah.
I rolled actually pretty high. I rolled a 19. So.
Oh yeah, that would have been. I would have met it if that was so.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah. So you see the figure. And then start to run back into the fog looking for it.
Okay. Can I also?
I'm assuming we see a demon's not on the rock, right?
Adim went down.
Okay, so we would know he's not on the rock. Okay.
Yeah, Adim went down to the center of the road, and then now you don't see Adim anymore.
No, I'm shaking my
head.
Right,
because he made eye contact with us and told us to like stay put.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm debating if I want to do this. Yeah, I'm also gonna. Okay. So in the direction of like where I'm sending the light, can I also cast a minor illusion, which does not have verbal components, and have it just be like this terrified scream coming from out of the woods?
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. I love that. Yeah, that just happens. I love that. That's very nice. Cool. You cast that along with it, and you everybody, you hear this scream. Keep in mind who you're with, by the way. You're with some bleeding heart heroes over here.
I know.
Cool. But I will say, mechanically speaking, we'll put it in. It's up to you guys, but I'm totally okay as a DM going like, yeah, you guys don't. It is
I'm
such
happy.
a good roll,
you know,
but
I can't do it to Adim because I can't see him. I'm pretty sure I can't see it. I definitely would telepathically say to Slagtan, "That's me. Don't do anything.
Okay,
that's
perfect.
from me."
Cool.
If I saw that Leonin leave, my next priority is find Adim.
Yeah.
If I can find it from up top, is what I want to do because I like the vantage point where I can throw things at people.
Sure.
Until I run out of things to throw.
I think you wait until you hear. So here's what I think.
Like after the scream,
because
probably is what I picture.
there's also like a matter of time with this. So 6 seconds you cast Dancing Lights. You see, excuse me. You see
they're all
Leonin
actions.
turn around. Yeah, you see Leonin turn around, start to run back. You, the next 6 seconds, you cast message saying, "Don't worry, this is me." Right.
Yep.
So I think within that span of time, you also hear a couple of Leonin whispers actually whispering in, or not whispering, loudly, like just roaring back at each other as they're speaking in Leonin. And that's when you cast the minor illusion of the scream in the distance, and you see. Actually, do me a favor. Roll me a D10.
Me?
Yeah.
So many prisoners you killed.
See how many prisoners you kill.
Great. 10. 3.
3? Okay, cool. So with 3, you actually see. I'll give you good odds. You see 2 of the guards actually go off and run into the woods from that. Very cool. So coming back to Adim. Adim, you see. You probably feel like you have enough time to maybe get one free. So you're sending the trident in. Who are you aiming for? You're muted.
Sorry, phone's being noisy.
Okay.
Who's in the very back?
I'm giving. I mean, for the record, I'm not gonna. No one's judging you here on who you get. I'm gonna say it's such a question mark on this. I would say the one that's closest to. You know what? We'll rely on the die for that. So here, I'll do that.
Because basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to the back, because that way if I fail and they poke an eye in, I can hide behind the rest of them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. I mean, in that regard, I would say that because the front like is probably has like 4 sitting there, so it'd be really easy to say like you have your pick.
Whoever's closest to me, random. You can roll random because I don't know any of them.
Right.
Just let the serial killer go.
Maybe.
Oh, no.
But then I'll have a serial killer who owes me a favor.
I rolled the
that.
I rolled the goblin. I rolled the goblin.
And the goblin's getting. Okay.
Wow, all goblins are
With
serial
my
killers? Is that what you're
background,
saying?
do I know that goblins are generally a dangerous, rapacious creature, or are they just another race?
I think you know that, and I think you also have been on a pirate ship with one, whom you knew were hard to get along with, but definitely not. Like if they were criminals, they weren't criminals towards you.
But this one doesn't know me. Then the halfling.
Cool, you got it. You see a little halfling. I'm done rolling. You see a little halfling girl. It's hard to tell the age because they're halflings. And you put your trident in and you try to kind of pull it to lever that to kind of snap it off. I would like you to roll me an athletics check first.
Okay.
Disadvantage.
Okay, well, I'm not going to make it. 5.
Okay, cool.
And that was after a 7, so you know.
So you see the little halfling girls. Okay, here you go. And you try to kind of like crank it out. No luck. It feels like it's heavy.
Okay. That's not going to work, clearly. So, given where the fog cloud is, I slip back out, go under the thing, under the carriage.
There is a moment for sure that as you walk away, you hear kind of the like, wait, no, please, no, me, I swear it's easier. And you hear that as you are moving out of the way.
I can't. I don't have. I'm not a thief. If I was a thief, I'd be like, sure, let me just.
Yeah. What are you saying to them?
Nothing.
Okay.
Actually, no. As I'm walking out, I say, I'm gonna try something, and then I go under.
Okay.
Now, here's my question.
Yes.
While I'm under, because this fog's gonna last a long ass time. So.
Is it an hour?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but up to an hour, I can make it go away. But the duration is I believe concentration up to an hour. Let me look.
And I think
that's fine.
blow
That's an
it
hour.
away and stuff.
Concentration up to an hour, so I can make it go away. But given that I don't know that it's me, it's probably gonna last until it goes away.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to give you this. I don't think you can make it go away right now.
That's fair. So it's gonna be there for an hour. I have vehicles water as one of my tools. So I know how vehicles in the water work. And I've been on a ship and I know how things couple together. Can I figure out how to break this cart? Like, is there a pin that attaches part of it to the other, or something that attaches the horses to it? Or is there something from underneath, knowing my knowledge of vehicles and how they work on the ship, that I could detach something?
Yeah, I would give you advantage on that and finding like where the drop pin is for that.
Okay, what am I rolling?
I would say I would give you advantage, which means this becomes a straight roll.
It's normal, right?
And I would say investigation on that.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. I'm not a mage either. Okay, let's see what I roll.
Would he get his proficiency bonus though?
I have no
Yes.
proficiency bonus.
But you get it because of your vehicles.
Right.
Oh, so
yeah,
what?
So that's,
what is that?
thank you for that.
So
Yeah,
add
you
plus
add
2.
your, you add your proficiency bonus.
Okay, +2. Okay, so then the 12 becomes a 14.
Okay. Cool.
Can I figure out where?
No.
No. Damn it.
No.
Have I found a deme yet?
No, you're in the fog, man. You don't see shit.
Okay, gotcha. That's
Like,
cool.
I literally, without just killing Leonin, who are full strength and I'm at exhaustion, I have nothing, and me being dead is not going to help them. So I will simply brace myself underneath the cart and
Okay.
wait. Like,
You got
I'm
it.
not touching the ground. I'm enshrouded in fog, and I'm waiting. I've got nothing I can do.
Yeah, I think. Okay. I think so. My rationale on this, because there's probably a ton of ropes that are kind of under this thing, because the idea of like holding on for that amount of time.
I was
might be
thinking even
difficult.
using my trident to put them between the wheels and using that to
Yeah.
hold on to.
Yeah, I think it's like you could also even just like wrap up your arms in the ropes there and just
That's
be
fine.
like holding them from that.
I'm going to assume that they might look at her like, is he hiding? But if they don't see me on the ground with all the fog, plus I didn't know about the light, but still, they might be like, we're quitting. This is not helping. Moving on.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Stupidity is kicking in at this moment. I'm going
Well,
to
I
climb
got
down.
Oh my God! I'm giving up.
Okay.
I don't know where you are.
I know, but I can't tell you. Anyway.
Just for fun, Tishian, roll me a luck roll, please. Because you were far, but you weren't that far.
That is a 6.
Cool. Awesome.
You're rolling like
sorry,
me, buddy.
Sorry, buddy. You're in the audience right now. Cool.
Do I need to roll an initiative?
Slagtan, you come down. I think in this moment you probably try to wait for a moment where you don't see any of the like.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
guards.
I'm going to sneakily try to climb down. I'm not like pouncing.
You got it. Yeah, roll me a stealth check. I would
Can
say
I have advantage because of the fog?
here's the thing. You're going into the fog.
22.
You got it, baby. I love it. Yeah, you dart from rock to rock as you come down.
Like I said, I'm not going out to attack anybody. I'm just trying to find a deme. That's all I'm looking
Right.
for. But I know there's fog.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, so as you walk
I'm
into
sniffing
the
for him.
fog. Ooh, I love it. Roll me a perception check.
I'm smelling for brine. Not great. 13.
Okay. Okay, cool. You do smell, I think like even with a Deem, so much more so than with like Ianthe, you probably notice in your time with a Deem that a Deem smells like salty. I legitimately
briny.
don't, yeah, I legitimately don't think that Slagtan has seen the sea though. Do you think
No.
Slagtan's seen the sea? Yeah.
No, but I might. But I highly doubt that as well. But I might be able to tie his smell to him, though.
No,
That's what I'm
100%.
saying.
That's actually specifically what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Yeah.
salty sort of smell that you've never smelled on anyone before.
Yeah,
You
gotcha.
smell on a Dean.
And given how much
you're
time I
able to know.
spent in the water, and my clothes and my armor are probably inundated with salt.
Well, you also have this weird shit going on, right? Too.
Yeah, that's true. There's that too.
Yeah. So you do smell a Deem. A Deem sounds a Deem. I mean, you roll good. You didn't roll that good.
No, I mean, let me get. Can I say he's knowing he's in the direction of the wagon?
100%.
That I think that's fair right there.
Okay.
So now I'm going, what on earth is he doing now? I got to talk with him later.
Cool. Yeah, you walk in. I rolled a luck check to see if a guard like sees you as you're in the fog, because this is like, this is invisible looking for invisible.
This is grade A shenanigans right now.
Yes, 100% shenanigans.
Do I have a sense of where they are around me with my blind sight?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, absolutely, you do. You notice that a couple of them have seemed to wandered off, as you had heard the scream.
Okay. Knowing that, do I have space to given where I know people are or are not, and I can sense them, can I sense an opening to leave the area without running into them?
Oh God, I really, really am excited for this to happen.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh no.
You absolutely do. The question is, does Slagtan know that you've left the area? That's the
Well,
question.
I'm tracking him by smell right now. So
like I said, you rolled good,
but
you
not
didn't roll
great.
that good.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's very fair. And he doesn't know I'm there either.
My goal.
Because I'm in ninja mode right now.
My goal to get underneath was so they wouldn't find me. But if they're moving off and I can sense that there is an opening to, without running into anybody, just step away and move.
Yeah, I think the way you came.
Then I will.
You feel there's an opening there.
I will quietly get down. Think thoughts of just not liking these Leonin. And these specific ones, not Titian. Like, I'm not liking every Leonin that I've met except for Titian and maybe the Viserys or whoever he is, who seems nice. Like, the rest of them can just, I'd like to take them for a very long swim. So I'll just have those thoughts in, primordial, and I will quietly get down from my little undercarriage perch, and no running, a very slow, steady, trying to make sure I understand where people are around me, walk the way I came.
Cool. Awesome. I'm going to ask for a separate perception check.
For me or for him?
No, for Slagtan.
Okay.
This is where the 1 happens, right? No, but it is only an 11.
Okay, DC is 10 because I think you catch on the smell, you know where that is there. Like I think it's fair that you smell that. You actually smell that movement go right by you.
Okay. And I'll kind of creep behind him.
Okay.
Give him what I think is maybe 10 feet away from me, and then I'll start creeping back.
Okay, so do I sense him behind me? Do I sense it's him?
Yeah.
Given
Hold on.
his height?
Hold on.
Okay.
Slagtan, explain that to me once again. What are you doing?
Well, basically, if I kind of have a sense that he's going by me, I'm kind of timing it, thinking, okay, he's probably about 10 feet behind me. Now I'm going to kind of come back and get back up on the rock.
You would have to follow him from how close you got.
Right, but I want him to get past me before I follow him. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be like right next to him.
Right,
Well,
I get
there'd
what
be
you're
a
saying.
little
Okay,
gap.
cool. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You sense Slagtan's presence behind you.
And I know it's Slagtan.
I think so. You guys have spent a little time.
I mean, I'm also given his height compared to the Leonin, I'm hoping.
I feel like Slagtan also has a distinct smell about him.
So then I won't freak out, and I will just
That's probably
continue
fair.
to walk slowly.
A wet dog smell.
So I'll move this along. At this point, you hear commotion kind of going back and forth, and you hear rustling in the bushes, things like that. And eventually, as the Leonin recognize that there is no immediate threat, but have seemed to have lost to you, I don't think you were as high a well, sorry, that's probably giving too much, but you do notice they start to kind of move on.
Good. As they start moving on, there's noise causing the moving on within the fog. I very quickly let my two compatriots know that they had 10 prisoners in there. Lots of humans, some halflings, some children, and a goblin. I couldn't get them out.
Okay, you just said the absolute wrong thing.
No. I couldn't get them out. We can't do it right now. We do not have the strength. We are better to fight another day. As much as I want to get them out of there, we do not know their crimes, if there were any at all.
It's the children thing.
We don't know where they're taking them, although I can guess.
For the record, you saw halflings. You weren't entirely sure if they were children.
Well, you said girl.
I did say girl.
Did you mean
and
female?
I kind of meant female that was young.
Okay, then I didn't say children. I didn't say children then.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
fair.
even if he did, children can commit crimes too. I'm just going to say that. They can
The child serial killer.
That is such a Hasamal thing to say.
I wanted to stop them. I tried to get one of them out of there, but I couldn't do it. And
Did they say where they were going?
No. They wanted me to get them out. They tried to get me, but I didn't have the strength. But quick question. Because the thing says that when I chose when I use the powers, then my body changes. Because the fog cloud is still there, is my body still looking different, or is it just
I think
when
that's
I
up to you.
activate it?
I'm going to say that's a character decision there.
Okay, I will say this when I activate it, so I'm probably looking normal now. Okay. Except that the writing is now on my skin looking like tattoos.
Yeah.
That stays there.
Yeah. You see the cart kind of roll off in the distance, heading towards Hasamal. As you start to see the fog lift,
Okay.
we are going to take it to Tishian now. Okay, watch out for, there's a little branch here. Hold on.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks.
It's just probably hard to jump in that armor, I assume.
I could jump it. If you want to set it down, I'll jump it in front of you.
Okay. It's a back down.
Yeah. All right. That's all right. You ready? All right.
This is so good compared to what just happened. Cool. Roll me.
So far, the only common sense I am in this group right now.
So good.
All right. What am I rolling? Athletics.
Dexterity saving throw.
Oh, dexterity saving throw.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's a 13.
Okay, 13. You do manage to clear it.
I imagine it's just like a little stick, but
yeah, it's just, it's a tree trunk for sure. You managed to get over it. I think there's like a little bit of a stumble there on that.
like a 3-year-old.
Yeah,
Watch me jump. Watch me jump.
Yeah, I'm picturing like you ever see that athletes do a box jump, like they jump on
Yeah.
the boxes like training. I'm picturing it's that, but Tishian kind of clips his heels on coming down, and he just sort of, but he still stands, and he's just like, "See, I can do it, but you, yeah, yeah. See, I can
I
handle
have to
myself
say,
out here."
it looks like that armor should be keeping you from doing that. So the fact that you can do that is
Yeah.
impressive. Turns
I
away
mean-
from you and just keeps on walking.
I mean, my armor's not, yeah, it's not the best jumping armor, but yeah, I can do, yeah.
As you're walking along, you also see that like the phoenix itself seems to have like kind of gone above the treetops. So every once in a while, you see kind of like the plumage itself seem to kind of like almost do like a shine in the sky over the canopy.
So, Kavish, you said you talked to Celestra? How do you talk to Celestra?
Well, Celestra isn't. She's more than just an animal.
Oh. What do you mean by that? Is she like your friend? Do you mean she's your friend, or is she?
Oh, yes, absolutely. She's probably my closest friend. But she's a little different than, say, that squirrel over there. Points to like a squirrel going up the tree trunk.
What's and I imagine Tishian's sort of like trying to be graceful while avoiding some tree brush and stuff like.
I fully
What,
think it's like it's a. So if it isn't obvious, Kavish is a druid. I think it's fully Kavish just easily walking through this forest, and Tishian just Chris Farleying like through.
Yeah.
Through, like that.
This is the movie Black Sheep, but he's just But Tishian is trying through that. He's trying to like keep up. Like it's that thing of like when you like you climb a set of stairs with someone and you don't want them to see you winded. So
Yeah.
it's like he's absolutely trying to hide it.
Yeah.
So he's just he's I mean, what do you mean by different? Like, can you talk about that a little bit more?
What do you know about the spiritual realms?
I mean, in Hasmal, the only spiritual realms they talked about was the realms where champions would go and warriors would be greeted after facing, but nothing much more than that. I never really put a lot of stock into it. It was just I don't really know much.
Well, the best way to probably explain it is Celestra's just not from here. She's visiting.
Are you saying she's a spirit animal in a way, or?
In a way.
Well, I mean, that's cool. So she travels to and fro. Have you been to visit her in her home turf, or?
You see him actually stop, kind of turn and look at you, and like kind of let out a big smile. I haven't been given the privilege yet, but hopefully soon.
I hope. I mean, if that's what you want, Kavish, man, I hope that's what you. Fuck. Sorry, I got hit by a twig. I hope that's what you. I hope that's what you want. Is this sort of like? I mean, are these spirit realms like where you're? I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but is this sort of where you're? I mean, is this where your god lives, or is this where you worship, or is this just another area?
The being that I worship is not from this plane. and my friends and I perhaps another time.
Can I roll? I want to know if it's. There's three things I kind of want to know. I want to know if he's holding back on telling me because it's painful, if he's worried that it's it'll get him sort of like he's worshiping a god that's not allowed, or is it something that he just feels like it's too much to get into right now? Those three things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah. Keep going. 12.
12? Okay. 12's not bad. I'll say with a 12, you kind of get the feeling that he had already said too much about it. Not in a way that like he's in trouble or anything like that.
Okay.
But in a way of like a new friend that asked you like, where exactly do you live? Like sort of thing. Does that make sense? Like there's a level of like, it's not, it's not impolite, but it is something that is, I don't know if I'm ready to tell you that yet.
Too forward.
As far as the idea of like it being illegal, we're in North Imea, baby. There is no illegal here. Maybe in Hasamal there might be. That makes sense actually, but.
Okay. I think I was obviously channeling Critical Role and that stuff a little bit there. But,
yeah, no. It's actually South Imea does follow that same sort of thing, but North Imea doesn't.
Cool. All right. I mean, when you feel comfortable, that is. I just, I don't want to like, I'm just interested. As I said, like I was in Hasamal, where I come from. It's often put on you that you're only valued if you're strong, and you're only worthy if you have the power to make it so. And seems like you're following a different way, and I'd be interested to learn about. That's just where that's coming from,
Well, but, I mean, strength comes in many different forms. I may not be able to carry all that armor, but you see him touch. You see him touch a tree that looks to be old. You see like kind of like cracked sort of branches, things like that. You see him touch that tree, and you see it kind of and just fall into ash.
Yeah.
But I have strength to do what is necessary. Maybe not physically. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, what do you mean by necessary?
Well, I owe it to these plants all around me to help them take them on their journey where they need to go. As he says this, you actually see the phoenix itself seem to kind of swoop down slightly, and you see, you swear for a second you see one of the younger trees like seem to kind of almost reach out as if to embrace it. Okay. You see in that it seems like it actually stands a little bit taller.
So you're saying you're not necessarily physically strong, but you could still hop over the log if you had to. I guess that's what you're saying. Where are you saying that your strength comes from?
I guess my strength comes from knowing that I can always go around the log.
I see. What if you can't just go around the log, though? What if the log is so big that you can't go around it? Like,
that's very easy. I turn around and take a different path.
But what if the log is surrounding you and the log is a circle that's... What if the log is something you grew up with and you had to carry your whole life and had to.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Tisha's trying to get deep and it's not working at all.
No, and I'm so sorry. No, that it's just the what if the log? Like, keep asking that part is what's getting me. I'm so sorry.
I know.
Please continue.
He's working with what he has. No. But what if the log is? I mean, what if the log catches up with you? What if the log is something that follows you through your life? What if it's something that like you're What if the log is more like a weight that you have to carry and you can't really get over it that easy by just turning away from it?
He keeps on moving for a second. You can tell he's kind of thinking about this. I think the log that you've trapped yourself in if you're trying to get rid of the log that's all around you, that is, sounds like it's suffocating you. Well,
It's like it's laying on my chest, and it's like it's something that just. The more you try to breathe, and the more you sort of like you let out air, and it just compresses you, and you just can't. Each breath you take is less and less air. That's the kind of log that I've been sort of.
you see him kind of like actually walk over to this actually rather large plant. You see there's like it's almost like kind of like a snake grass looking type plant. So you see these big thick leaves. So you're saying, what if it's killing you?
Yeah. Or, yeah, slowly, fastly, death all the same.
You see it go up and you see him go up and touch the snake grass plant. And he's talking to you, but he's not looking at you. He's looking at the plant. This beautiful thing used to be a boar that ran wild through this forest. You notice that it's like someone is talking to it. You can tell he's probably casting some sort of speak with plant spell. Seems it lost its footing at some point and broke its leg. Did its best to climb up all the way here. And it died. Sometime later, it became this. I think sometimes you may have to kill what once was you so that you can become something new.
I think that's you're putting it you're putting it so easily, but that becoming new parts was really difficult, isn't it? The death part's kind of easy. You just let go. But it's coming back from that and finding ground to come up on it. So, boar dies, it goes in the ground. worms, yada yada yada. Then all of a sudden it's a tree, but this part where it's a sprout and it's vulnerable, and that's the hard part, isn't it?
No. That's where it's most beautiful, because it has to rely on the environment around it to let it grow.
By environment, you mean people, don't you?
I mean nature. In all sorts.
Had it. Yeah, I just wish I could figure that part out. I don't know. I just kind of know where I come from and trying to figure out where I'm going. Is nature, what you're saying is just put my faith in nature and things will just turn out right.
I'm saying that in some cases, maybe I was being obtuse in saying that you let the world work around you. Best way to probably put that is to say that when you can't move forward and you can't go back, sometimes it's probably best to just be. At least
So
until the path's open to you.
So if you can't hop over the log, just maybe focus on letting the log decay and then it just walk over it, in other words.
Or I could come over
I guess
and turn it into the ground that it needs to be for you.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I appreciate you sharing that knowledge with me. Sounds like you're way more tapped into the stuff than I've never given it a thought. I've never had to. I grew up in a city. We don't have much nature where I'm from. If anything, it's the lack of nature. But this is all.
Well, he continues to move forward. I've never been to a city, but I'm sure there's plenty of nature there.
And there's a fair amount.
At this point, you notice that you actually roll me a dexterity saving throw. DC 15.
DC 15. Oh. Nope. 8.
Okay. You see Kavish kind of duck under this sort of like brush that that looks like it's not strong enough, or it looks like you could just easily kind of just break it apart and just move through it. As you continue to move forward, you try to kind of break it apart with your body, just like kind of moving forward, and you feel it kind of catch under your arm, and then catch under your like you basically end up getting wrapped up in this.
So I'm like this now.
Yeah, you're just stuck to it.
Is it stuck as in like almost like a spider web, like sap like, or is it more stuck?
No,
like
not sap like. It is vines itself, but it's become a point where I think there's like there's probably a little bit of twisting that Tishian did at this point that made it now almost impossible to be able to break out.
All right. Kavish.
Looks back. Okay. Are you stuck?
I mean, yeah. I'm a little stuck here. Is this another one of your tests, or is this just like, is there a way that you can tell me to get through vines, or can you help me out here?
I just ducked underneath him. Hold on a second. You see him start to kind of like, try to move stuff around and goes, I can get you out, but you're going to have to lose the armor.
You can get me out, but I have to lose the armor?
Yeah, I don't think the armor is going to be able to get out.
Is there an option B in this situation, or you just I gotta lose the armor. The vines don't like the armor. These are anti-armor vines. That's what you're telling me right now.
Well, you wrapped yourself up pretty good. Why did you use? It seems like you like spun around after you got in.
I thought by turning really fast the vines would just snap. I thought I could have swore I saw a Slagtan do it one time with with another big boy, and I thought it would work for me, but I was wrong. I'm very sorry.
I don't know what a Slagtan is, but yeah, I'm so sorry. I know this is important to you, but you might need to let it go.
Okay. Here's the awkward part, though, and I'm sorry I have to do this to you, Kavish. I know we've only been friends for like, I think, 45 minutes.
Did you just look at your wrist? What were you?
Yeah. I have an Apple Watch.
Look, full on Apple Watch. Unfortunately, it's connected to the armor.
Branded. New Moon brought to you by Apple. No. I'm sorry to do this to you. I will let go of the armor. I cannot reach to take it off, though.
Yeah. He goes, oh, I understand. Yeah, I can. You need me to take it off for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to. Yeah.
Unfastens it. And you can like kind of slip your way out. It's not awkward for Kavish at all. It might be awkward for you, but like Kavish is like, yeah, no, this is fine, and fully honest, and you slip your way out.
Can I ask, because I want to make sure I'm okay losing my chainmail. Do I still keep my shield? And I'm assuming I can still keep my sword.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then I'm just picturing like Titian gets let loose, and then he goes back in. And he just grabs the sword and the shield, and I imagine he's just let go. Yeah.
As you are able to get your way out, that's when you notice the fog that's like kind of creeping through the forest. Just kind of the edge of it. You okay?
I mean, yeah, I think I'm fine. I'm a little cold, and looks like fog's coming in, but I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. Titian sort of flexes a little bit, sort of like.
You look great.
I mean, hey, you're not bad to look at either. Hey, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh no, we're friends. We're friends. Yes. No, sorry, we're friends.
I mean, I apologize if that made it seem like I was.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just shirtless in the woods with the sword. No big deal. We're doing good. We're doing good. No, we're just friends.
There's a lot of things we talked about in a deep emotional. Okay. Yeah. All right.
You know, I've recently encountered loss. I just lost my best friend. We didn't even talk about that. You're talking to a bird. We're forming a friendship now. I'm a little vulnerable, but fog. There's fog over there. Everything's good.
Oh, if you only said that about maybe 20 minutes earlier. So you see the fog, and Kavish goes, "Oh, that's be careful. I mean, that's not.
Is that not?
Odd.
Are you? Hold on. Are you saying that's not like natural? Is that not like natural fog or something?
I mean, it looks like natural fog to me, but it doesn't seem like it should be there, based on the environment we're in right now.
Better just avoid it. What do you think? Should we just try to walk around it?
Yeah, that might be best actually. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, you'll still see where you are for the record, but yes, uh, yeah, you kind of walk around, um, and you come you come back. So you see actually also roll me a perception check, Tishan.
Yes. Perception. Okay. 18.
Nice, cool. I think you see two things. One, I mean, is there anything that kind of goes through Tishan's mind as you look back and you see your the like main part of your armor, the big sort of thing, the thing that mechanically would say this is armor. Um,
Yeah.
uh, you're curious everything like this all being built up in there. You see it just kind of
I
wrapped in
think
the vines.
I think Tishian feels naked, like in that way that like he's just without, right? Like
Hmm.
like I'm gonna say that the armor sort of was it was both a blessing and a curse for him, right? It was this extra layer of security, like a security blanket, for a
Hmm.
child. But it's also sort of a reminder of the armor that he wore, and even though it's completely different armor than he wore while in the roar, like he totally discarded that years ago. The fact that he still had to have some form of armor to feel competent and safe is something that he doesn't realize how much he was carrying that and how much he was that was sort of tied to that for him,
Oh, hold on 1 second.
and he's
Sorry,
just now realizing it.
just went
Oh,
out.
are you good? Oh no.
Uh, where the heck did my thing go? Um, let me know if you guys hear like an echo or anything. But can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear us
Okay.
okay?
I can't hear you though.
Oh no, I'm here.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just try
Okay,
and reconnect them. I apologize, guys.
you're good. Can everyone else hear me, or is it just Joe?
Cool. I think we're good now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Um,
Please continue.
no, you're good. You're good. I think just sort of wrapping it up. I don't know what you heard of that or didn't hear that, but like, Tishing just realizes a lot of his background with the roar was tied into that armor, right, as like a
Mhm.
replacement for it. So I think the act of like letting go that Kavish sort of coached him through, he's realizing even though he feels naked, he also feels a certain lightness, both physically but also emotionally from this situation.
Yeah. Absolutely. Um, as you start to kind of like, do you think you go like left or right away from the fog?
That's a great question. And by the way, I have no idea where like any of the fog shenanigans is taking place, so this is a
Right.
total shot in the dark. I'll go right. We'll go righty.
Cool. So it's a little bit further uphill for where you're going to go, but it's only a 20 feet radius, so it doesn't actually hit like it's not huge. As you kind of make your way through the brush. Oh, also with the 18, you notice that uh, Kavish like puts its hand on like what looks to be a a broken tree trunk. But like the tree trunk was only probably maybe like this thick. Kind of puts a hand on it there, and you are so sure that it blinked up at him.
That it blinked up at him.
That you saw a face kind of like form out, crack out for a second, look up at him and blink.
Okay.
But and now like based on that, assuming that this thing was you saw it was actually kind of more of like a pet. With an 18, because that's really good. With an 18, that looked that thing in the tree looked familiar. It looked like one of the creatures that attacked you.
Okay. Is it obvious that Kavish is conversing with it and sort of talking to it?
No, just actually kind of walked by it and gave like a soft pet, knowing
just
that
stop.
it was real. Yeah. Otherwise, it looks like he just kind of grabbed onto a tree trunk and moved.
I got you. Okay, so just okay. I got you. Okay. Is Kavish with that check also? Is Kavish? Obviously, he doesn't like this fog any more than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Is he sort of acting in a way that's like more stealthy? Is he acting in any way that is more one
That's
way
a
or the
great
other?
question. No,
Okay.
not at all. Kavish definitely has a confidence about him, even at the edge of this, even from something that is. And I think you get the idea that stems from the hippie sort of thing of like whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
Yeah. Right. I think Titian's seeing that. He's. I mean. Okay. Let's go. I guess Kavish. Let's go this way. If you want to go out of. Hopefully this is. Yeah. I think Titian will just sort of like. Again, he's not graceful, but he's going to try his best to be cautious, if not stealthy, if you will.
Sure, absolutely. You are. There's no mechanical reason to be stealthy here, so that's why I'm not really having you roll for it. So as you kind of make your way, you see kind of the opening, and it takes a second, but then you notice a familiar rock. And the rock itself is high enough that you can't see like if anyone's on top of it or anything. But you do see that, and you see there's kind of a dirt road that's sitting here, that looks very familiar.
And I would recognize it as the place I was at before with the fight with the Okay.
You're probably about maybe like 50 feet away from that original position.
Okay, all right. I turn to Kavish and I just go, hey, looks like we found the area, but I'm not really seeing my friends. Are you picking up any sort of hint of them?
Slackton, roll me a perception check with advantage as you hear Tishu just talking. Most likely.
Well, I would be whispering. I would be whispering a little bit.
Okay,
I would
cool.
say that.
We'll say it's a straight check.
Just rolled with advantage, so I'll roll again. Uh, 21.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You look down and you see a Leonin that is talking with a very, very druidic-looking figure with orange, kind of like a bright orange sort of mohawk head.
Is it a Leonin dressed in a tablecloth?
No, because the tablecloth had to go too, probably.
I thought about asking about it, but I assumed it would be wrapped up in the thing as well.
Yeah.
He talks too much. He's too loud. I'll kind of flick Ianthe and show her our friend coming.
Do you think that's him?
He talks so much, it has to be him.
I can ask. I'll just send a quick message.
Okay.
Is that you that I see coming out of the trees? You look smaller.
That's what Ianthe says?
You hear that, yeah, very clearly.
Yeah. Remind me, is message out loud or is it something done as a whisper?
Oh, you can respond in your head.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay. I was about to say. Would I know this is Ianthe? I guess I would know your voice. I assume.
Yeah, I think you'd recognize.
Yeah, and I message you quite a bit.
Yeah. Ianthe, is that you? This is where are you at?
Yeah, I guess I'll respond. Wake up on the rock. We're up here.
You're up there. Oh, hey, Ianthe, how you doing? Hey.
Why how we found you?
Are you still messaging that?
I'm still messaging you.
You're still messaging? That's fantastic. Kavish is just politely smiling, just standing there.
Tishy's gonna turn. Kavish, my friends are up on the rock. Do you want to meet them?
Is it okay if I meet them?
I would love. Yeah, I would love for you to meet him. If
Cool.
if you're good with that, do you want to bring
Uh,
Celestra with you?
I mean, she points up. Solicitor's up in the sky. It's kind of circling around, pretty much exactly how you saw her a session ago.
Sure.
And you see Tishin and the rest of you see Tishin and Kavish making their way up to the rock towards you. And I think with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break.
Oh, thank you.
So cool. So I have 10:50 right now. We'll see you guys at 11.
Sounds good.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Are you familiar? This is a kickback. There's a Critical Role X episode. It's the. Do you remember the Blundering Bandits of Wildmount? If you've watched
Is it in campaign 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the one scene when I was down in the fog, and then Nadeem was down there. We didn't know where we were. There's the one episode where Jester was invisible, and Knot was like super stealthy, and they kept coming back and forth and couldn't see each other.
Was that their like first encounter with the bandit?
It was the second one.
Second one? Okay, gotcha. Because I think I probably definitely seen the second one. I think there was the third that I missed, right?
The third one they just saw like, hey, they're actually doing okay. It's this. I think it's the second. No, that is the third one. I can't remember. Maybe it's the second one. The one with Jester and Knot's hilarious. I think it's the second one.
Yeah,
no,
that
it's
was
not.
really
It's
funny
the third.
because
Jester and Knot is the third one. It's just Knot on the second one. That's the last one that had Molly in it.
Gotcha. Okay. That was like really like kind of. I love that my dog is in the background of this right now. Look at that.
Oh, it fits. It's kind of cool.
That's so great. The little
It's
things.
like my daughter's Buffalo Squishmallows back in the chair in the corner.
Yep.
Yes, I know this is a cool. I'm saying this on YouTube, but my daughter and I, she sleeps in here when she's with me. This is the room she stays in, so that's kind of the girlish decor going on.
I love it. I think it's great. Super cool.
Yes, I don't have my own house right now.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
This summer is my plan.
Yeah. This is cool. I want to, obviously, I guess I don't want to talk too much about it right now because we're kind of still in the middle of it. But
yeah,
this was a fun one. I actually really liked this one.
This is an interesting. We had like legit shenanigans going in this one. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. You have some legit shenanigans. We get a little bit of just hints of like lore things, and then some heavy RP. So
yeah, no, that's super fun.
Very cool. Well, I don't want to miss another second of it, so let's jump right back again. So, so for the rest of you, just to make it just fully clear on this, you see a person that looks, for all intents and purposes, humanoid, except that the skin itself looks extremely pale, slightly blue, almost, as if they're like, as kind of like the look of like someone choking. You also see there's kind of marks all over the forehead, almost like at first, like kind of looking like scars, except that you see it is almost exactly the same shade as his hair, and then very much has like kind of the like Native American, not carrying a lot of things, like has pants on, and has like what's the word? Has like kind of like a stirrup pass that has like a pack on his back, and just has a walking stick. I guess I probably forgot to mention that the first time. And yeah, you see him kind of come up behind Tishian, ready to go.
Hey, guy. Hey, how y'all doing?
Glad we have
How's it
time
going?
to hide.
Do what? Hide?
Wow, we're up on a rock. I'm not saying this loudly.
Yeah.
Everyone, Kavish, everyone.
It's a pleasure to meet you all.
I'm glad we found you, or I guess you found us.
Yeah, Kavish. About Kavish is one of my he's my new friend. He let me to you. Yeah, he let me here.
We helped by staying put. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Kavish. Can we go somewhere and get some sleep?
Please. Maybe the city? Not how small, but the town the next town over.
Well, actually, Kavish was going to. I mean, Kavish, if you're still up for it, you were going to take us to your friends, right?
Kavish's gonna roll an insight check. Okay. Kavish kind of takes a long look at all of you. And I think I'd like everybody to roll an insight check on what what expression. I think his expressions change from face to face.
I got a 14.
18.
Okay, good. Good.
I got you said perception. I got a 6.
Cool.
Was it perception or insight?
Insight. Titian, I would say Titian, you're
that's
probably not
slightly
part of
better.
this.
Oh, I'm not part of this.
12.
Okay, you all rolled past the DC. So, notices Ianthe we were was the last one that kind of like really said anything about it. You see him kind of like give a big smile, kind of nods to you, and also actually kind of bows in a way of acknowledge, gives you much more of an acknowledgement than he's given anyone else yet, in a way that seems to acknowledge a Genasi to a Genasi, because I don't think he recognizes yet, Adim, that you're a Genasi.
Okay.
Because you guys don't look. I mean, you look somewhat alike, but there's certain things that are a little bit different about you.
Okay.
And go ahead.
I was going to say that raises a point. Would Titian know who Adim is at all? I don't think he would know who Adim is upon just seeing him.
What? Why?
Why would you not know that?
Why not?
His appearance is back to normal. It's back to
Oh,
normal.
is his appearance back to
Yeah.
normal? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I didn't.
It only happened during the activation, and honestly,
okay.
if you were in that form, he would definitely see it.
Okay.
The only thing different about me is I do seem to have some tattoos.
Yeah.
We never did talk about that.
I'm assuming we see the bird.
You see the bird up in the sky, yeah. So as he's acknowledging, he acknowledges Ianthe, gives a very deep bow, and just kind of gives a big smile, as like kind of a knowing sort of smile, sort of thing, of like, I know what you are, and I love that, and that is amazing, sort of thing. Looks at Slagton, and you see his smile kind of fall a little bit as he does give you a bow. And I think, because I think Slagton, did you roll an 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oof.
Slagton, you get the feeling that this guy knows something about you.
Okay. I'll give a nod and I'll get off the rock.
What's that?
I'll give him a nod and I'll get off the rock.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you see him kind of look at you and kind of acknowledge, and it's a very like kind of solemn look. Almost. Yeah, he doesn't really hold back. He kind of gives you a very like almost sad kind of nod. You see kind of a look of someone who wants to help but can't. And then looks at Adim. You have a lot of marks on you.
I guess I do. Huh.
What's our new?
Yes.
Can I see them?
Sure.
I'm back to watching the
where they are is they're on my forearms, running down my thumb, my middle finger, and my pinky on both arms.
Okay, cool.
They're actually running down my back and under my hair. They're on my skull. And if he wants to look below my waist, you'll have to tell me.
Hey.
Consent.
Ask first.
Yes, consent is important. But just out of character, because he wouldn't be looking, they run all down my legs.
Okay.
Right, cool.
That's what I meant. No, I wasn't trying to be dirty.
I figured that much.
As he looks closer at you, as he actually kind of like you, like kind of like do you extend your arm out that has like the writing on it and everything?
I'll kind of like just do this.
Cool. There's a moment where he kind of like reaches out to kind of like look at your arm closer, and there's this like weird sort of repelling, like two magnets that can't go together.
I was waiting for something like that.
Yeah. There's a moment where you actually feel like your skin if you would call it that. Your skin seems to not really like burn, but it starts to feel hot, and you almost feel like you almost feel like if you were water, you'd have a little bit of like a simmer.
Okay. And when I see that, I look at him, and is he having a similar but opposite reaction?
He's having a similar but opposite reaction. You actually see a lot of his hand his hand seems to almost like the blueness kind of retracts up his arm to the point that it actually just looks just white, and you see him kind of pull back suddenly. He goes, I say, well, gives a deep bow as well.
I nod at him, like,
yeah. There's two of you.
And
3, actually, but one just left.
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
This is not on accident.
do I recognize him as being a Genasi? I've never seen a fire Genasi, probably. But.
Yeah, you've never seen one. Roll me a. I want to say roll me. I'm not going to have you roll me anything. I think as he starts to like talk, you kind of get the idea like, oh, this person is, because you also had that experience, and that would only happen in response to some sort of being that is of the element of fire, right?
If it helps, Tishy would totally be like, he's also a Genasi.
So awkward. Fantastic.
Adim just smiles and nods thanks to Shin.
You're welcome. Hi. Yeah.
This is.
I don't even know that Slagtan knows what a Genasi is, even with having him with him.
I love it. Yes, that's so great.
Because right now, once again, they're chatting. I'm watching the perimeter because I know the woods and I know anything can happen anytime.
Roll me a perception check. Slagtan. What were you saying, Adim?
I was just, since he backed away from me and he mentioned there's 2 of us, blah, 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 and I recognize with Genasi, I'm like, okay, so is this make any more sense to you than it is to me?
The markings on your arm?
Yeah. They literally appeared, about 10 minutes ago?
I've never noticed them before, but...
Neither have I.
He lifts up.
I'll take your word for it more than mine.
He lifts up the pant leg, and you see similar markings, but in red, like a deep, dark red.
Okay, so maybe you do know what these are.
I can't read them, but I believe they're marks of our ancestors.
I thought about that. They looked like they might be in their language, but I can't. They're shifting under my eyesight. I don't know what they are.
I start looking at my arms.
Awesome.
Mine look normal. Mine are normal.
Everybody's just looking at their arms. Fantastic. Slagtan, with a 25, with a nat 20, 25, you notice there are a lot of these little kind of wooden creatures. They seem to not be moving outside of the forest, but you see them almost in a line, and you see that there are a couple that are actually like in the branches of the trees that are like, they're just kind of like almost like as a monkey just kind of swinging back and forth and just staring.
Oh, amazing. I kind of work myself between, which I really can't do with that many of them, but know me, I feel like I have to be a human shield.
There's easily like 30 out there.
Okay, that's cool. I'm just watching.
Yeah, with a nat 20, I'll kind of like give you a little bit of insight on that. They don't look menacing.
They look curious.
They look curious.
I just want to be ready in case they decide to become menacing, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know why you don't have the markings. I don't know why I do, but this is interesting. I haven't seen many that are like me, or the antithesis of me, I guess.
I hadn't met another one of us till I met Ianthe here, and her sister, and now you. We seem to be, maybe we're repopulating the planet at this point. I seem to be meeting them upon the hour. So,
I think another time, Tishian looks over at you.
You, oh, we're not. You don't want to. We're not going to meet your friends after all.
I would love for you to meet my friends, but there's something special here, and I think the only way for you all to figure it out is to be together right now.
Oh. Okay. I mean, if you think that's best, Kavish, I'll respect that.
Don't worry, you'll see me again.
Are you not going to come with us?
No, I appreciate the
That's
offer.
fine.
My home is there. And points towards the forest where you see there, at this point, might be close to 50 of these things out there. And you see, like, the beetle ones have kind of, are, like, flying in the tree, like, just above the tree tops.
I'm just going to look at Tishian and go,
Yeah. Finger. Yeah.
lucky I'm out of rages. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, holy shit, that was good. That was almost a spit take. Jesus. He looks at you. He looks at you all and just goes, "So you're all on a journey, I expect."
I suppose we are. We sort of got thrown together, and about 12 hours later, here we are.
Tishian happened to mention you guys were going somewhere north.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't actually listening when they were telling us about it.
You go north.
No.
We have work to do up there.
Well, you all
And we
look,
need to move soon, so we
Yes,
can
you all
get
look
good camp
rather,
before night.
Can I help you get to town? You all
yes.
look rather tired.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That would be very kind of you. Beyond your kindness with returning Tishian to us.
Yeah. Is that your friend up there?
That is my friend, yes.
You have quite a friend.
We owe them a great deal. We wouldn't be here without them.
Their
Oh,
name's
you,
Lester.
I suppose.
I'll make some kind of salute to the bird because the bird I know saved my life.
Yeah. Roll me an animal handling check, Slagton.
Oh my gosh, I have it.
Hey.
13.
Cool. You see Kavish look up and go. She says that she was happy to help and that she wishes she could have done more. He kind of
Aim
stares
in
at
her
you.
deck.
We will.
Kavish is still staring at you as he says that. Like there was something there in that statement.
One more. Can you say what they said? Because I started cutting you off. What did he say again?
So he said, Celestra is happy to help,
Mm-hmm.
and that she wishes she could have done more.
Okay, that is what I heard.
Um,
One can only do so much.
yes, or they could just be. This kind of gives like a Titian like a little wink.
Yeah.
Well,
If you come to town with us, help us get to town, I'm sure we'd at least owe you a meal and a drink, if you're so inclined.
maybe someday. I'm
Oh.
rather late for a meeting.
Oh.
But I can certainly help you on your way. Well, I can't do very much, but you see the bird comes down, rests on the shoulder. Seems to shrink as she comes down. Like at a certain point, like she almost like it's hard to say like how big she was in the sky, but as she comes down, you can tell that she kind of becomes I mean rather big for her shoulder, but isn't
Like a
big
peacock
enough for her
size.
shoulder. Yeah, yeah. Well, everybody, hold on tight. And just puts his hand
Wait,
out.
what?
He said hold on. He said hold on tight.
You want to hold hands with people.
I will choose to not hold his hand, but somebody else's.
Cool.
I'll hold your hand, Nadim.
That seems to be a poor choice.
Cool.
I do
yeah,
want to
good
try
point.
to hold
I love
Kavish's hand, and do I get
Okay.
a similar reaction?
This is
I
funny
wanna be near
because technically speaking, one of you has to be the other. Oh, actually, I guess it could be Slagton and it is a very similar reaction. There is a very like there's almost a repellent sort of thing. I think you notice that it doesn't seem to be the same amount of intensity right now. As a team.
I mean, if you're comfortable with it, we could be next to each other, but not if touching makes you uncomfortable.
No, not at all.
Great. Grab a thing.
Cool. You grab his hand. Titian, you grab the other hand. Okay. All right.
What do we do?
Sorry, this isn't. There's a pause in the game for a second. I think he only says, all right, and by his strength, you all kind of appear about 50 feet away from the wooden gates of Mir.
Oh,
Very useful.
Everybody okay? I've done that with some travelers before, and a couple of them have lost their food.
After day had not so bad.
The only thing I feel is thankful.
Tishy's gonna pop a couple of good berries and just treat him like Dramamine.
Yeah, you're feeling nauseous, so you put more down your throat. I love it.
Yeah.
That's so good. Yeah.
I'm doing great. Kavish, that was awesome. Thank you so that was great.
You're very welcome, friends. It is good to know you. And like I said, I think we'll all see each other again.
Are you leaving right now?
Yes, as I said, I am actually quite late for a meeting.
Well,
I hope your meeting goes well.
Thank you.
Keep an eye out for logs. That's all Tishy will say to him.
Okay.
And
he looks at
I feel like
Yeah.
the three of us just look at each other
Is
like,
with you
like
and
everybody's
wooded
just looking like,
things.
what the fuck? Like,
Where's this
the
little thing
forest,
with
they're
nice
everywhere.
voice?
yeah, and I think he's gonna. I think everyone's weird. He's gonna try to give Kavish a hug if Kavish will accept that.
yeah. You give him a hug.
Then that'll be it.
He gives you kind of a couple pats on the back. You're
And
close. I can feel it. Good luck, friends. And he poofs away. I'm going to take a moment now, if I may, to be the center of attention, and I apologize for that. But in a way that I think it would make a lot of sense for you as the players to hear this as an audience as opposed to as the players. And it'll be quick. So Kavish teleports back to where you all were. So as an audience, this is what you see as the camera. You see Kavish go back into the woods, kneel down to one of the Ivings. They don't like it when you put your finger in their ears. Yep. No, I know it was you. Don't do that. It's okay.
Damn Groot.
If they come back again, just remember they're friends. And he kind of like stands fully back up, and you see this thing just kind of like listening to him, like about maybe like 3 feet tall, right? Standing and listening to him, and kind of like slowly kind of follows him, but in a way that like a dog would, like takes a couple steps forward. As he walks off into the distance, we see Tishian's armor being tied up on the vines. You see him wave a hand, the vines fall down, and it fades out. We're in a weird spot right now. We could stop here, or we could go into Mir. It's up to you guys.
Can I suggest that we get to like where we could take a long rest? Or at least up to
Absolutely.
that
I was
point?
wondering
Yes,
the same
please.
thing.
Absolutely.
I
You
would
can.
love to start the next game fully rested.
Please.
What's the first thing I would do?
Cool.
First thing I would do after Kavish looks, I would smack Tishy on the back. Go, you look good without it on you.
You look small.
Oh, you now hold on a second. I've been called
Well,
many
smaller.
things. Small ain't one of them. I mean, you know, I'm doing all right. But yeah, no, I got caught in some weeds and just the armor had to come off. Kavish actually took my armor off for me.
Well, at least you are not as loud when you move.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm a lot lighter now. I think I could jump over like 4 or 5 logs. 4 or 5 logs, right? Oh, sorry.
I love that you couldn't get through it. That was so funny.
So stupid. I'm so stupid.
That's so
Yeah,
good.
I could jump like so high right now. But
Cool. Assuming you guys eventually try to approach the gates here, you notice there is a guard.
Make sure my mask is up, by the way.
Okay, cool.
I'll
There
draw,
is
like,
a
my head
guard
up a little bit.
that, as you approach, he goes, "Open the gates." Gates opens. As you pass by, sir. Was there something that you missed? He's looking at you, Tishian.
I was like, what was it like?
I'm sorry. Something I missed.
Oh,
yeah.
My apologies. I
Can I throw an insight check to see if he's like confusing me with someone else, or if there's a?
He's definitely confusing me with someone else.
All right. All right. Yeah. I got to go back in there and get it. Yeah, I got to go back in there and.
It's too late. He did realize his mistake on that. He said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I confused you with someone else. I assumed,
did you?
Please accept my deepest apologies, sir."
Yeah, no worries. Do you have a lot of Leonin coming through here?
Yes. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to answer that question. I feel that I have already failed you once, so I will.
No.
I will step aside and.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, you're not failing me. I just want to know. I'm just wanting to be part of this conversation. Who did you think I was?
I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean anything by it.
No, hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, you're fine. You're fine. You are fine.
While they're talking,
yeah.
Can I just look at this guard and see if I can compare what he's wearing to what I've seen of other Leonin and see what level he is within the system?
Yeah, roll me an insight check, and I'll give you advantage on that, so it'll be a straight roll for you.
I didn't catch you with Leonin.
Yeah, I didn't catch you as Leonin. I was picturing him.
Yeah, I thought. Oh, okay. I was about to ask.
5.
Yeah.
5. Okay, cool.
5.
He's definitely wearing metal armor. I can tell you that.
Yes, he's wearing armor. He's a guard. I do not say
no,
that.
this is a human male.
Oh, it's human.
Human male.
I apologize. Okay.
Yep. Fairly young looking.
Yeah.
Is there
not Leonin? Yeah.
I'm
consistent
assuming
heraldry? Sorry.
What's that?
Is there like consistent heraldry and colors with the Leonin, Hasamal?
That's a great question. I think you do see some flags for sure.
And so would this guy kind of fit in with that kind of color scheme situation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Because I don't know anything about this town. I'm just trying to figure out where they lie, basically.
Yeah. And the reason why Titian doesn't know this is because this obviously didn't happen while you were in service.
Sure, absolutely. I think Titian will just. Hey, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's totally good. And I think Titian's going to actually pull out. Hey, you're doing good. Here, let me give you a tip. And he'll give him 1 gold piece as a tip.
Wow.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Not that dice. That's been rolling like shit all night. All right. Ooh. Persuasion?
Yeah.
All right, that'll be a 23.
23. With a 23, first off, like, you see this guard is like shitting his pants right now.
Yeah.
Like, he thinks you're fucking with him. Like, he thinks that you're like, that you're not,
so mean.
Because everything you've said, you followed up with like, who did you think I was? Like, it's something that can easily be misconstrued as like a challenge.
Yeah.
That's so mean.
Yeah.
So, so you give him this, and he goes, okay.
Yeah. Just to sort of put it out there, like, Titian is absolutely. I was picking up on that a little bit, and he's absolutely trying to defuse the situation.
Yeah.
He's also trying to.
I'm sorry, sir. If you wanted me to add this to the pile, the caravan already left.
That's what's your name, son? What's your name?
Michael,
that is for you, Michael. I just want you to have that, just to show that, like, no hard feelings. There was no insult given, no insult taken. You're good. I'm just going to ask you, can I just ask you one favor? Because obviously I'm kind of just waltzing in here.
Stands up a little straighter. Of course, sir. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously me and my companions are sort of walking through here. I just want you to just keep that. Know that you're doing a good job, first and foremost. Secondly, if you hear like any news about rumblings of like other additional Leonins coming in or roar, anything like that coming in, I would love for you to come to the tavern or the inn where we're going to be staying and ask for Tish Titanabo, and like really just let me know. Just ask for Titanabo, and we are going to just we're just gonna chill right there. And I just, if anything comes up, just feel free to reach out to us. Give us a holler.
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Yeah.
Aren't you part of the roar?
I'm going to be honest with you, Michael. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't tell you that right now.
God, man, that is so good.
This is something that like I wish I could, but what you gotta know is that, and again, you're probably, even if you ask people my name and you ask Titanabo, it's no one's gonna know who I am, and that's on purpose. So like, I just want you to like, this is between you, Michael. I see something in you, and I just want you to know I'm going out on a limb for you, pal. Don't fuck me on this, all right?
No, sir. I certainly I wouldn't dream it. Thank you for giving me this honor.
Yeah.
I assume you mean information present and future tense, correct? Not past tense.
Well, I mean, you give me a debrief right now, and then make sure I'm up to speed because I've been out and about for a little bit, and then we'll,
Well, the caravan just left with the gold.
Yeah, the gold. The gold from remind me where it's from.
For the tithe, sir.
That's right.
And the prisoners.
Yes. The prisoners, those that couldn't pay the tithe, also.
So there were people that they were taking because they could not pay their tithe, their taxes.
Well,
if water could boil right now, I'd be boiling.
Cool.
If filters could boil, they'd be boiling.
There's
undersea storms right now. Like I look pretty here, but they're lucky I'm not a Marid.
Well, and this is the first time.
So this is the
first time Tishian's heard
worse.
about prisoners too, right? So like Tishian doesn't know.
Oh, this is all news. This is all news.
Yeah. So Tishian's keeping a straight face.
Unfortunately, I am not a calm sea on top. That's not me at all.
Of course, we. Well, okay. I guess a couple of the prisoners did try to run off. So technically speaking, they're not all of the prisoners are on the caravan.
They're not all of them are on the caravan?
No, sir. There was one of the other members thought it was best to make an example.
Yeah, I don't have any calm exterior.
When you say make an example, are they due to be executed? Or are they due to be flogged in the streets?
Past tense, sir.
Past tense. Oh. Who carried out these orders? Do you mind telling me that?
You would freaking ask me
that. Maybe not.
You know why I'm asking, Joe. You know why I'm asking.
I know. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up to you. I'm missing someone. I guess it would be. Well, how long has it been? No, it just doesn't make sense that it wouldn't be. It was Brer.
Yeah.
It was Brer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That fits in how I picture him. All right. Brer, you say?
Uh, yes, sir. Of the did I not say the? I'm sorry. Brer Prime Mask of the elites.
Right. Yeah, yeah, I know Brer. Um trying to suppress rage. Yeah, trying to suppress rage. Is he still in town by any chance?
No, sir. He was he
With care.
he went off ahead. As soon as the execution was made, people stood in line, and he felt it was fine to lead on ahead.
What'd they do with the body of the person executed?
You see him look down at this.
Mm.
We were told to hang them from the town hall.
All right, Michael, I appreciate you telling me this right now. Be sure to update me on things as they come up. Especially find me if you catch any word of Brayer on his way again, or any of the other elite knights. All right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Titanabo. I will do that.
Yep.
Just a
Thank you.
reminder, we are on a top secret mission, so don't tell anyone you saw us. Top secret.
Ma'am, if I may, it might. He like kind of pauses. It might be difficult for the town not to notice you all, specifically, Mr. Titan.
Is there a place you recommend that we could go and get out of the public view, Michael?
Anywhere you go, sir, I'm sure they would let you in free of charge, of course.
But is there a place that where maybe I don't have as much of a glare on me, somewhere that's maybe a little bit out of the way? So you'd recommend a place to stay in, get a drink if I wanted to say let my hair down, so to speak, outside the purview of the other Leonin.
Sir, there is the Upside Inn. With like I said, sir, your form and your appearance precedes you.
Michael, thank you for telling me all this. I appreciate it. You've been a good lad. I'm gonna ask you one more question, then I'm gonna let you be. All right?
Yes, sir. Of course, anything.
You didn't know personally or were related to any of the people that were taken prisoner or executed today, were you?
If I did, sir, I would be very I'd be made ashamed of my family.
Thank you for your time, Michael. We'll Upside In is this way. We're gonna head that way. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Goes back to his pose, like kind of just. You can tell he's a young lad, like trying to kind of make a name for himself. So you see, like he kind of goes back to his pose, sticks his chest out as far as he can. Yeah.
I walk by, I will growl to see if it deflates him a little bit.
No intimidation check required. He
Yeah, I asked that question because I had this feeling like if the Roar took over this town, they probably they've enlisted people from the town to be guards in it. I had this feeling like they would sort of put people, and then there's this weird chance of, again, he's still part of the horrible unit, part of the horrible thing, but just this feeling of like Could have been his brother that was executed today. Could have been that sort of thing. Yeah.
Roll an insight check.
That is I believe 16. Yeah, 16.
16 enough is to tell you that he, his allegiance to the roar would make him very good at being deceitful on the idea of that being any form of his family. Okay. Does that make sense?
That does. Well, and let me ask you this: is it more of an allegiance or a fear of the roar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
6 for one, half dozen
Okay.
of the other.
Okay.
I have one quick question. Did he say when the executions happened?
They happened. Trying to think of a way to be able to kind of explain this in game. I think that would be kind of tricky. Basically, 2 of the prisoners tried to run off. Brer brought them back and beheaded them in front of everyone.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to figure timelines here and stuff. That's all.
Oh, it would have been earlier in the day.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to figure out. I got to find Brer
Yeah,
and
first thing in the
It's
morning.
already on my list.
Yeah.
Blood Temp turning into Arya.
He's on a lot of lists right now. All right. I just imagine Titian would. I don't know. I imagine everyone sort of watched Titian do that, but I think Titian would just sort of say, "I got us a place to stay if y'all want to go."
We want to stay at a place that we knows where we are.
I mean, it's by the way he's talking there. They're gonna know where we're at no matter what. Or let me say that different. They're gonna know where I'm at, and I mean, if y'all don't want to stick with me because of that, I understand. I can stay somewhere else if you prefer.
No, I stick out. We all stick out. We all stick out. We just need
I
to
look
sleep,
exactly.
and we need to sleep, and leave.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked him for one that's out of the way, that's a little bit more hidden, and hopefully he told us right. We can go check it out, and if it feels good, we can just
Hopefully, he's not setting us up.
stay in that way.
As you guys walk through the streets of Mir, streets is a nice term for it. It is very much dirt. There's no. This is a farming town. The guards that are posted here are young.
Probably mostly
and
human, or not Leonin, I'm
mostly
assuming.
human. Mostly human. No Leonin.
Okay.
That's why
Specifically.
Titian sticks out so much, right?
Mm-hmm. Titian, you're the only Leonin in this town right now, and you see I think everything that you could imagine Titian is experiencing right now from the town, you're experiencing. Anyone who would try and glare at you would be doing so at your back. You feel a very different, yet equally probably depressing emotion from everyone around you, as everyone is terrified of you. You guys get to the Upside Inn, and you see as soon as you walk in, it's this feeling of like we were just talking about you. You see the bartender kind of is cleaning a glass and stops cleaning a glass as soon as you come in.
Shin, do you want to try to get?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, do you want to try to get the rooms, or do you want someone else to try? Below profile?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and handle this one? I think it'd be better if you dealt with them than I.
I agree.
Go ahead.
I'll just go. Yeah, I'll tell them go find a table out of the way, and I'll.
Can I stop Yanthi? Can I stop Yanthi for a second? I'm like, Yanthi, come back.
What?
If they see Titian basically doing what we say, it may not go over really well. They all seem to be afraid of him.
I don't
Titian,
want them to be afraid of him.
I understand that, but we're also trying not to draw attention. We need to show them what they expect. Titian, don't be mean, but if you don't want to do something here, like get us the room or get us the drinks, tell us to do it. And don't say please, just tell us.
Give order.
Poor buddy.
He doesn't like it.
I know you don't like it, but we do not need to bring attention to ourselves right now. We just need to get a room, eat some food, sleep, and get out.
He has a point.
All right. Adine, give me a room.
I nod and bow a little bit and walk over to the bartender.
Okay, cool. Yes.
Excuse me, I need to get a room for the Lord Titanbow.
How many do you need?
2. I'll look behind me and go 2.
Yeah. Someone is that. Yeah.
Yeah.
May I suggest the ones that are further in? We have ones that don't have windows.
That would be I think that would be wonderful. Are they comfortable? And I kind of glance over at Titian.
I can have them be made ready for.
That would be appreciated.
Your party.
Thank you. And I'll walk back.
You see the bartender. There are people at the bar. You see the bartender put down his glass and walk up the stairs.
Okay.
Leaves
Does
the bar
that-
unattended.
Is he going to where he said, like when he was pointing to the rooms, is that where he's going?
Yeah. I guess kind of the point that I was trying to make was he's not delegating. He's going to go do it himself.
Okay.
Oh.
And I'll walk back and loudly enough so they can hear it and say, Lord Titanbow, the rooms are taken care of. And then quietly I'm like, keep it up. Don't be mean. Just be direct. Let us do it for you.
You see there's 2 doors to this bar. You hear a couple of people just loudly go, okay, well, honey, are you ready to go?
Oh, kicking him out. Shit.
I think it's more you notice, like, I mean, everyone is frozen in this bar. Actually, this is what happens. You hear the husband go, okay, honey, are you ready to go? The wife goes, I don't know if that's a good idea. Right. I mean, I and it's just lost on this. And then I think the husband goes, no, I think it's time to go. Takes her hand and they walk out. Not past you guys, as far away from you as possible.
Okay.
Were they the only other people in the bar besides the owners and stuff?
Nope. There's a couple other people in this bar, and they are frozen. They're looking down at their drinks and not looking up.
I will let time pass until we have a room and just stand at Titian's side, acting like I'm waiting for direction.
Yeah. There's probably about maybe 2 awful minutes.
I suffer
Is
through the
there-
awful minutes. I already want to kill people, so you know.
Is there a table? Is there a table that sort of has a Titian's going to play into the role? Is there a table that, say, has a view of the room back to the wall where he can sort of sit for the duration?
Yeah. You see there's a couple glasses that are there that are like on that table, just like that were left over. You see the form of a halfling girl get pushed out of a kitchen. She kind of just stumbles forward.
When you say halfling girl, do you mean girl or female?
I actually mean, so sorry, yeah. Probably like a halfling teenager. Like,
Got it,
I'm
okay,
also
like,
saying this
what-
in a way that is actually really hard to tell. Like,
That's fine. Yeah,
it's
I just
not
want to know, like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you know.
So yeah, you see like a halfling teenager female get pushed out. Like orange hair, green eyes, like very Irish looking. Gets pushed out. Comes over to your table and goes, looks you dead in the eye, Titian. The only person that's looked you dead in the eye is, I'll take care of these for you. And moves them out of the way.
Titian will just sort of look down at her. When she looks me in the eye, is there a sense of like, or is there a sense of like, is it because she's scared? Is it because she's going to show that she's not intimidated? Is there a sense of like hatred in the eyes?
Roll me an insight check.
That'll be a 10.
Okay.
Does she look like a halfling in the cart? Like there's a relation?
There is a resemblance, yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay.
That was a great question.
I wanted to ask it, but my character wouldn't know.
Right, I'm the only one who knows.
Yeah, that's fair. You see her now. You're the only one that sees this because it's kind of like in the perspective of you see her locking eyes with you, and you think that if she could kill you on the spot, she would.
I think Titian taking a deep. Oh, he doesn't want to do that though. He hates this.
I think
so
you got a
much.
split second if you're doing anything. Like, not that she's like reaching for anything, but like she'll walk away.
Given my realization, I'm just gonna like elbow Titian, just lightly, like don't blow it, like a.
Cool. I love it.
All right, so I think Titian will look at her and go, "You better watch your gaze. Mind your eyes."
Roll an intimidation check with advantage.
Nice.
I made this character and I never wanted to roll intimidation with him, but I am good at it. All right, so the first one's an 18. All right, it's an 18.
Okay. You see her looking back at you, and the minute you talk to her, you see a tear go down her cheek, but she does look down. And she hurries away.
This is where I was straight look Titian in the face, go, I will watch from other side of room, and just go over, turn my back on him and go.
Cool. Yeah. I think once you get there, the bartender comes down and goes, sir, the rooms are ready.
Yep, I think Titian will just grab Adim's shoulder and squeeze it kind of tightly and say, "I think it's time we go upstairs." And lead the group upstairs, I guess.
I will stand up, but I stop for a moment.
Okay.
And I say, with all due respect, Lord Titanbow, there are some things I need to finish before you can slumber. May I stay for a moment? Make sure things are in order?
Make it quick.
Sir.
I'm not going up to the room yet either. I'm just hanging.
I kind of look at him like, go. Like, I will quietly say, Slag 10, please go upstairs.
We were trying to get to a we were trying to get to a long rest, y'all. Just
I know, I'm going to. I just.
Like,
I'm a character. I'm not planning on starting a fight. There's just somebody in this group that right now I'm very ticked at that I need to be away from for a little bit.
Sure.
There's 2 rooms.
What?
Go to the other one.
You mean someone like you're ticked at Titian right now?
Because you said that way too easily.
Oh.
I love it. Your charisma precedes you, sir.
Like, sir, go to the other room.
All right.
I love
Come
it.
on,
Yeah,
Slag.
very cool.
Come on, Slag. You and I can stay together and.
Yeah, in the idea that
We'll figure it
eventually we could also role play all night, but eventually you guys are really gonna need a
No,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, we don't
honestly,
need
I
to
was
do
just going to be down for like 5 minutes, clear my head, and then go. It
Yeah.
wasn't going to
Cool.
be like.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Right.
Actually, we'll
Was not
do
trying to be
this
difficult.
because you are waiting for 5 minutes. You do see, well, you both are done. What is it that Adim you wanted to do?
I want to be, once I'm alone,
Sure.
meaning not alone in the bar, but alone away from the party.
Sure.
I'm hoping that I can get the attention of the halfling.
Okay. Cool.
And I want her to come over to the table when Titian's not there.
Okay. Fair enough, because you were the first one that wanted to say that they stay behind, so that's fair. Slack, I think eventually you do probably go up, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of a okay, I'll go.
Absolutely, yeah. Cool. You go up, and you see her come out and start to kind of like continue to kind of pull drinks aside,
And I get her attention like I want something.
You see her take a very big, deep breath.
Does she come over to me?
Comes over to you.
I put down a gold as if I'm going to talk to her to pay for a drink.
Okay.
And I very, very quietly say, not all who serve the Lord do so willingly. What was her name? No, what is her name?
Oh.
You say to her, what is her name?
Yeah. I'm hoping that she knows I'm talking about whoever's in the cart.
Do you let go of the coin?
Oh, yeah.
She pushes it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And says, which one?
Any you want to give me, if I can, I will help. But make it quick and quiet, unexpected back.
Well, try to do her voice. Well, one is the town hall. Her name is Fela. Her name was Fela.
Oh, God, okay.
And one's name is Melanie.
Is that the one that was left on the cart?
I think at that she turns away. She pushes the coin back to you and it turns away.
Okay.
At that.
As before she turns completely away, I just basically say, we never spoke.
Gladly.
And as she walks away, I'll finish my drink and I'll go upstairs. That's all I want to do. Get some names so I can see if in the future I can do something, I can.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Awesome.
I wasn't going to start a fight, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. I think as you walk up the steps, there's probably just the cut scene, I think, of ending this session is everybody laying down, trying to rest their eyes after the longest day.
Can I ask what the sleeping arrangements are? We have 2 rooms. Is Titian by himself, or does he have other people?
I think it was
with him?
Ianthe and Slagtan, I think, were.
I will sleep in Titian's room.
Let's leave a moment for that. Titian and Deem, you're in the same room.
Okay. So I come upstairs and close the door and like bar it, after trying to make sure that there's no one behind me, all the classic stuff of a chaste person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you notice in this room specifically, it's not great. It's a pretty dingy looking room. You see that it does look like it's freshly cleaned. There are 2 beds there. Yeah.
That's fine. There's a bed. At this point, I will cuddle with Titian. I don't care. I'm tired.
He's extra cuddly.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's 2 extra twin beds on either side.
Okay. So, I walk in. Are you sure you want to do this now? Because it might take a second.
Go ahead. Go for it.
because it's late. Okay. Stop us if it gets too long. We can continue next week.
Sure.
So I invite you to do that. So I sit down and I'm just waiting for Titian to just, I'm not saying a word to him. I'm waiting to see if he says anything to me.
Okay.
And if he doesn't, I'm going to wait for him to look at me. And if he doesn't, I'm waiting for him to lay down.
Do you see? I'm assuming there's obviously a bed. I'm assuming there's a chair of some sort in the room.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think what you walk in on is Titian having the chair set facing the corner of the room, bent down, sobbing.
Okay.
I think you just see Titian just absolutely just not trying not to be loud, but I think you just see him wanting to just sort of remove himself and unable to, just broken in this moment.
Okay. I let him cry. I sit on the edge of the corner of my bed. I allow him to cry. And I wait.
I don't think Titian would even know you're in the room
That's
until a long time after.
Despite my exhaustion, I let it out until he realizes I'm there.
Okay. All right, let's fast forward again. Let's say about an hour. All right, an hour of just pure sadness.
And I just sit there watching him.
Yeah, it's just basically Portishead is the soundtrack in the background right here.
Nice.
All right, and then I think Titian will just sort of get up and go.
And then you see me there.
Yes, Adim.
Please have a seat.
All right. Titian will just turn his chair around and look at you.
Oh, all right. Then I will. He's pretty big, so I'll go in front of him and stand in front of him because I'm figuring then we're eye to eye. I don't want to be above him. I don't want to be below him. So if he's seated, I'm probably eye to eye with him. So I'll stand there. So it has been a really rough day for everybody. Would you agree?
Yes, Adim, I would agree.
I am very sorry for the losses you faced today. And I hope that you can find some peace.
Thank you, Adim. I appreciate that.
With that being said, I spent most of my life above the surface, which hasn't been long, on a ship where every single one of the crew members trusted one another. And when our captain said do something, we listened. None of us in this group know each other, and we're not building trust quickly. But we have a lot of forces against us. I, for one, have no idea what's going on with Aurora, but it seems that you do. We need to be let into each other's lives if we're going to survive whatever the hell is going on. And I turn around and I lay down.
Okay.
I think Titian will just, as Adim is going to sleep, I think Titian will just sort of take in what Adim said. And I think he will absolutely, because I think what Adim just said absolutely hit Titian the wrong way. Bad timing, bad moment.
Maybe.
A horrible time. I think Titian will just sit here and go, this is one of the top 3 worst days of my life. And you're right. We do need to trust each other. But I'm going to lay it out for you real clear. You aren't the captain of this ship.
Oh, I don't think I'm the captain of this ship. The problem is I don't trust who is.
Adim, I respect you. but you're not giving orders here. And your issues of trust are just that, your issues. And I hope you can get through them. And with that, I think Titian will turn over and lay down.
And then I said, "Good night, Titian. It seems we're a ship without a captain then." And I go to sleep.
Okay.
Not letting a demon have the last word. We're not even a fucking ship. And then he'll turn.
Yeah, and as he says that, I say yes, but 2 of us can breathe water and 2 can't.
But I have claws. No, I'm just kidding.
It goes on for the next 8 hours, and they.
I think you guys suffer another point of exhaustion as you're trying to one up each other. Yeah, it's totally the step. Yeah. I think it ends with actually Slagtan. Go ahead and give us.
I was going to give my cut scene is I don't. I haven't. If Ianthe wants to interact, I will interact. But my main thing is I'm
tired and cranky.
Exactly. I'm waiting 5 minutes or so. I'm getting my weapons out. I'm cleaning them. They've been used a good bit today. I'm laying down on the floor, covering myself with my cloak, and going to sleep. Cool. With everything within a hand's reach from me.
Awesome. I thought you were doing the bang in the door thing. That's why I was saying that.
No, I'm not. Oh. I'm not. We'll talk about it when we break it down afterwards. But yeah. I'm not happy enough with Titian to say that right now.
That makes sense. Poor buddy. I love you. I think the scene starts to kind of like zoom out on this very dreary town. And this is also it's also, by the way, guys, it's the middle of the day.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's that kind of thing. But so you see as the middle of the day goes on, you see like the sun kind of like up against the mountainside as it is. Well, no, I guess it'd be kind of the middle of the day. Wouldn't it be that? You see, I think it just zooms straight up to like the kind of like blot out sort of thing of the sun, like against glass. You can see it kind of coming through, and you see the silhouette of a bird. You see the Celestia just fly by. And I think with that, we will end.
What a nice little button.
Tonight's session.
I would like to say my bit first.
Sure.
Out of character, what you're doing is awesome. I love it. But in character, Slagtan, once again, your charisma betrayed you on that one. In character, it would have sounded like you said that so smoothly and so easily. Yeah. Like, why have I trusted you? And that's so out of character. Yeah. Please understand, I am legitimately not mad or angry.
Oh, of course.
No, I'm not. So yeah, I'm not taking that, and I'm also not taking like Titian's not mad at anybody, and I hope Dean's not mad at. We can be mad at each other in character, but I'm loving how everyone's playing.
Yeah, okay. Let's make this very clear.
Out of character, I have no issues.
Exactly.
Okay. Cool.
I was wondering betrayed you.
That's something that I think, as a DM, we want to make sure. I want to make sure that we're very clear on this. There is a source of deep character tension here. Mm-hmm. If there's ever a point where I am not sure that it is breached past the character sort of thing, I will stop it. I want to make sure that's very clear.
Yeah.
So I am assuming that we are all on the same page with this. We are all good.
Yeah. I am feeling no player tension.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
No.
I just see Matt. I see Matt's sad face, and I feel bad. But I'm like, I got to be in character.
Can I share something with you, Chris? Here's my idea. With the last scene, what I was thinking of, and that's why I asked Joe, like, what are the living arrangements? Because honestly, if Slagtan had walked through the door and it was Slagtan and Titian in the room, he wouldn't have been facing a wall. He would have hugged Slagtan. I think it would have been that situation.
I would have thrown you across the room. So
maybe, but I think absolutely Titian would just try to communicate and see Slagtan as someone that like he hates this. He hates this totally. Yeah.
So let's put a. Go ahead.
As a character who's got mistrust issues with Leonin, pretty high on me and Missing are pretty much neck and neck on that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, when she didn't heal you, I got it. I understood why she didn't do it.
Yeah. There's a I think it's really funny because Friday's group is actually is also very similar in the like excuse me, in the very slow to trust sort of field, even in the same party members, and they actually kind of put it as a big like this is really fun, because there's more of a realistic sort of atmosphere of like we're not like, oh, we all meet in a tavern and we go and we save each other's lives. I personally, I love it. I also want to make sure, and I assume that there is, and if there isn't, please let me know. But I also want to make sure that everybody at the table also feels the same way on this, because it does make a realistic thing of like looking down the line several months later, looking back and going, yeah, we weren't like that before, but we are now, right?
Right.
So yeah, I think that's beautiful in its own way. Guys, this is top 10 for me. I loved this episode. Matt, I feel so like there is a part of me that, as someone who deeply, deeply connects to character stuff to a point of it being a problem, there's a part of me that feels for you so much right now. I meant for it to go dark. I didn't mean for it to go that dark. It was kind of one of those things where I was like, if we paused it there, the next time would have a kind of a redemption sort of arc of things that something you guys could do to be able to kind of lift yourselves back up to that.
Oh, I totally well, and no, I'm good with the darkness. I mean, it's the reality of the situation, right? Like it's something that like I appreciated sort of living in that world, but also having that sort of conflicted moment. I do to try to make things. He can't make things right. He's also not a part of this, but he is also in a position where he has to act in a way. Otherwise, he's going to be found out and he's going to be executed, right? Especially in the position he's in. But there's absolutely, if y'all think Tishian's leaving that town without taking the body down and giving it a proper burial, you're crazy. I think that's absolutely the next thing that Tishian's going to be doing. But like,
it's in character. My first reaction is I'm going to burn this place to the ground. But then as I go through, I'm like, as we went through the city, I'm like, it's not these people's fault.
Right.
And I think that's what Tishian was doing. That's what I think Tishian got, because he knows you take over a town, you take the people, you give them job. You what is it, conscripting or whatever, where you bring people in and you they're all of a sudden part. You make the opposing force your force, and now it's neighbors fighting neighbors and neighbors with power over each other and families fighting. And I think that's sort of what he instantly pulled from the guard at Michael at the very beginning of the town.
Right.
So
yeah, I think there's so much to unpack from this session. It's funny to think like this is the same session that we started with, like understanding Kavish for the first time.
This lighthearted hippie druid character that you have.
This lighthearted hippie druid, which like has I don't know if I said this last time, but Kavish is one of my favorite characters I've ever made. And hopefully there'll be some clear reasons why. There's some stuff, man. There's some around the corner things. But I felt like that scene of like dropping the armor was necessary. I think it was important to and have like whatever sort of feeling you have with it. Like, did he force Tishian to give up something? Like, is that free will, or is that, or was he helping Tishian along at being able to separate himself from literally the weight he was carrying? And I love that. I love the fighting dichotomy of that, because Kavish is also such a passive player on a lot of things with like that movement of that. The way I envisioned it in my head was that he didn't put the vines there. You actually did like kind of fall into the vines, but he used this as an opportunity. Like, I think in his mind it was like, okay, the vines did this themselves, I'm going to finish the job. Right. So
that makes sense. I love that. Mechanically, I have a 14 AC now, but I love. No, I'm kidding.
I have some thoughts about that. Let me catch back up with you later on that.
Yeah, hit me back up. Yeah,
get you some leather armor.
But no, I thought that was a great moment, Joe, and I loved how you sort of did that. I think that was really, it was awesome.
Cool. glad.
Honestly, if we were not so tired, this whole adventure today could have gone completely different.
Oh yeah.
Because like when the whole Leonin that I could have pounced, if I would have had a rage left, I would have done it.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like you don't try to ambush somebody when you're at a big disadvantage. I mean, I just think there's some common, hunter instinct to that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think there's also like it makes sense on a. So here's the tricky thing about this. So there is the reality of like, yes, this is what my character would do, regardless of thinking about like their own safety or if they could win in the end. That makes sense. The trouble is it makes Lord of the Rings a very short story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So thinking about that, right? There's got to be certain aspects that like Frodo had to hide from the ring wraiths.
Right.
Like in the beginning, like there's no way if Frodo was like, no, I'm gonna fuck these guys up. They terrorized my town. Like that would be the end of Lord of the Rings. So there is a portion that I also want to make sure that this story works in an epic sort of way. I wanted to be clear on this and give you guys the reins fully, but to be clear on this is like this is an unwinnable fight right now.
Right. Like I said, I think in character, I could say there's no point making this jump right now.
Right.
No, because I mean, like I said, I always said I try not to be too tactical in how I do things. But I'm thinking, as an animal, you're not going to go pick a fight when you know you don't have a chance, unless you're trying to save something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in that situation. Like I said, if a Dean would have been cornered or something, then it's a different story.
Sure. That makes sense. But it also like, in a very realistic way, like here's the reality of it. And I assuming roles and crazy things happening, you guys would have died. Like there's no way.
Oh, I know.
There's so thinking about it from that aspect, like I don't want a decision that was a full in character thing to just have negative consequences with no positive outlook.
Oh no, absolutely.
So that's kind of the thing there. That's why I wanted to be very, very careful on that. And honestly, I was more concerned with the Dean pushing the envelope than Slagtan. So you were getting close, man. I was like, this is gonna be hard.
Dean, next time you need me to need something broken, bring me in. I'm good at breaking stuff.
I was the one who was seen. I was trying to keep you guys out of it.
Oh, I know.
Like literally, if they had taken me, I'd been like, okay, take me. Like, I'm not going to fight you.
I had that whole scenario in my head, like, so now we got to track him on no rest. But I would have done it because to you, like I said, you're all in my pack, at least at that point. You're all a tribe. I would have followed you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, full honest. Go ahead.
I want to see Brer on a ship in the middle of the ocean with me on the ship.
I just want
that makes me so happy as a DM to have a villainous character that like I want to kill this guy in the worst way possible.
I have it written in my notes.
Yeah,
I want to knock him off the side and basically ride with him down to the bottom of the ocean and watch him drown.
Yeah. Can I say, Joe, when I proposed Brer as like a person from my backstory, like you DM'd him so perfectly as just exactly what I was villain. Just that sadistic, gross. Yeah.
You kind of gave me everything that was like, yeah, okay, cool. I don't have to cut corners with this dude. There's nothing about this dude that's gonna seem great.
No.
I will put this. I'm very good at saying too much, so I will be careful when I say this. He's not the big bad, in my opinion.
Good. That means we can kill him sooner.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors that. What's that?
I said I was doing math when we fought him. I'm like, okay, he's not that bad yet.
Right. Yeah. There's also like there is the video game concept of like it has to be a winnable fight in some way, which means that at a certain point it will be harder. For whatever reason, I can make it up because I'm the DM. But I love. Can I just say this too? Like, and then we'll get into the kudos things as well. I really loved Ianthe like right out of the gate being like, fire genasi. Like,
Ken and I've been arguing for a week of who's gonna flirt with Kavish.
That's so good.
Obviously, both of us.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna do
And
it.
you both did. That was so good.
No, we did.
Yeah, I think I would say whatever. Oh man, I haven't even thought about the sexuality of Kavish yet. I haven't thought about it yet. I don't know. We'll see. I have to think about that. I've actually made, so his mini is made just in case.
We know
but,
Slagtan's kind of crush, although he doesn't know gender either.
Yeah, that's so good. I love that. Man. So here's a really fun thing. Never mind. I'll tell you guys later. We're on stream.
That was cool.
I'm sorry. There's some things that I want to tell you guys that that allows the Friday stream to know something that they don't need
Okay.
to know.
Look away, Friday stream.
What's that?
Look away, Friday stream.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look away. Close your
I'm
ears.
just assuming it's like Clinton's going to instantly die at the very beginning.
Man, in the way that you guys were immediately thrust into danger, it was exactly the same way. It was like they immediately just went right to the danger. So, which is great. It's really, I really like. I fully am truly enjoying both of these campaigns. I also knew that tonight's session was going to be awesome. I really had a lot of plans and ideas for that, and you guys fucking went. I will say I don't need to tell you anything, but I will say as a DM, there are certain things that I made up off the top of my head. Who was in the covered wagon was off the top of my head. I think what you guys eventually would have learned is that there was prisoners in that wagon, but that was it.
That's the DM staple is off the top of your head because players are always doing something that we don't expect.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was one of them for sure. Well, cool, guys. Let's go ahead and wrap this sucker up. Let's go ahead and do our kudos and things that we're excited for. I will say, if you feel so inclined, I'm fully okay with giving people enough time to be able to say everything that they really like within a time frame. Well, you'll see me go like, never mind. You'll see me be very polite in saying, okay, cool, next person. But cool. Jack?
I don't want to go first.
I'm fully okay with skipping you if you want. You want to just go back? Go after?
Come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Chelsea, you're
still thinking.
I get first dibs. I wanted to give my kudos to Jack. Those were some excellent shenanigans. I'm super into that fog cloud, and like, I don't understand it yet, and I don't think you do either, but I like how you're including it in the story in terms of like a dean can't really control it. I always like that. I like magic you can't control. That's fun to me. So I like that. I am excited to get spell slots back. Hey, I've been working with cantrips for 2 sessions.
Yeah, it's so much worse for like having not really ever played in a campaign setting, having not really played a spellcaster. I'm sure it's awful. Stuff like that.
It's so hard being a caster.
Well, not just that, but even as a marshal, they would say, well, marshals get all their stuff on short rests, not barbarians.
No.
Yeah. It's kind of screwed up, much. Like, honestly. It's something that I think Wizards, if you're listening to this, I kind of feel like barbarians should have their rage back on a short rest.
I think so.
It's kind of their bread and butter.
I say, having played a barbarian, once ever? Like 8
I've
years.
actually gone two days. I'm sorry, this is Chelsea's time, but I've gone two weeks in a row. No rages.
I love that. Cool. Chelsea, anything else?
No. I'm keeping it short because I'm tired and my back hurts.
No, yeah, totally fine. Cool. Moving forward. Chris.
I want to give it out to Matt because, I mean, the RP in the serious part was amazing with everybody, first of all, with everybody. His freaking walk with Kavish and trying to jump over things and getting hit by twigs was just like the essence of Tishian's character that is the lovable teddy bear part of it. I just thought he did it great. I picture this little kid. Look at me jump. Look at me jump. Look how high I can jump.
Dude, the freaking finger. That was so freaking funny, man. I lost it.
We were shortly before, while we were eating dinner tonight, and we were watching YouTube, and we were watching Good Mythical Morning, and we discovered like Rhett from that is very Titian, and I think that really came through after discovering there's an inspiration, there's something you can hang your hat on. That really came through.
Chris, anything else? I didn't want to step.
I was just say, looking forward to is like this should be an easy. Let's get up and get out of here, guys, in the morning. But we're going to be into another entire month-long day and shenanigans in this town starting next week.
Listen, guys, I don't have like a world in the way of like there's like 50 cities that you guys could go to. I have very specific cities that have significant storylines.
Right. So, but it's just fun how we're gonna make it harder than it has to be for the big storyline, and that's what makes the game great.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with that. I love that.
I'm not saying it is a negative.
I honestly, so I felt really bad about ending this in such a negative note. So I'm glad that we're all able to kind of talk about it and be able to.
If this were a Netflix episode, this would be the perfect ending to one.
You
could end a season on this one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cool. And Matt.
I think everyone had like a really good shining moment tonight. I think everyone did so great. Ianthe, the message, it's just pointing in the direction, my message here, my message here, my message here. And then just the problem solving it, but also y'all just working through different things. And then of course the shenanigans with and Slagtan sniffing out, where's my salty buddy? But I think I'm gonna honestly say, Jack, I'm gonna say I really appreciate it because you called it. You were like, Adim is going to talk to Titian, and I appreciate the talk that Adim had with Titian. I really do. I think it was something that, for one, I think it was nice to have that talk, and two, you've been talking about it. This idea of Adim as someone that like the water's churning underneath. They're very calm on the surface, and I'm happy that I got to see a little bit of that churning underneath tonight. I feel like we got a little bit of that, and like I'm very excited to have this like character growth. Well, just like because I think we have bits and pieces of this, but like that just absolutely expressed by Adim, and like having that back and forth with you, I think was like just a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, just like it was really interesting, and like just having Adim just sort of sit there quietly as Titian's sobbing is just like that. I mean, that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, I think I already expressed what I'm looking forward to in the future. Titian cannot leave this town without doing something to try to make it better and ease up something, or he's gonna probably fuck some shit up. Let's be honest with it. Let's see how it goes. So we'll see what happens next session.
I do want to make one quick comment.
Yeah.
For as serious as that conversation was at the end, it was so freaking hilarious. But you wouldn't let each other get the last word in. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's so good. I feel like the budding of that is good comedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, something I really like as a group, and I think we're still finding our ways, but like I love that we leave room for the comedy. I do find that because otherwise it'd be so overwhelming to be like, okay, holy shit, we're in this like horrible, but like Slagtan's hilarious, Ianthe's hilarious, Adim's hilarious. Like everyone's funny in different ways. And I just love that. Like Slagtan just fish out of a water everywhere, basically. It's just so hilarious to me, and yeah, I can say that about everyone. But yeah, sorry. My turn is done. I'm gonna
and I that is my time. There was a couple moments, and there's no reason I should bring them out now because I think they ended up being yes and moments. But something about like the one shots can be difficult because to be a player that works with other people, you have to be a yes and person. And that is something that as the DM, there's a sort of like a referee sort of factor there on that of just making sure that everyone is yes anding rather than, or just like being able to be in conflict, but being in conflict, allowing the character to be able to express themselves as a character. So I think that's extremely important. And yeah, I think there were some points where I got a little worried I was going to have to say something about it, but you guys ended up in the end really being able to kind of pull that together. So very, very nice. Now, Jack, you're up.
I mean, everyone was great. I have to give. I'm so bad with Matt. I'm bad at the real name, so we always use the other name. I'll give him the kudos for everything I was listening to him say, whether he was with the rest of the party or with Kavish. Is that the name? Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to two things. One a little bit more darkly than I am the other. I'm looking forward to getting to know Kavish and finding out. So just so the players know what is on me, yes, I put it there through character creation and such, but I am giving Joe control over what it means. I don't know why it's there. I took it. I told him what I wanted. And I'm like, he's like, that's awesome. I'm like, great, run with it. So the fact that the very first meeting I have it, Kavish has it, I'm like, oh, what are you doing? What have I done? So part of it is I'm looking forward to seeing where that goes. That's the not dark part because I personally wrote a background where I don't know my background. So I'm looking forward to that. But the darker part is the conversation I had with Titian. Adim is very unhappy. He is very unhappy, only because, similar to what Slagtown was saying, your final comments to him made you seem more and more like the other Leonin that he saw. And he is wondering, his main wonder right now is, I completed my task for my captain. Why am I here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be honest, as a DM, I'm not really sure I'm not really sure from my perspective how you see that on that, because I think the reality of Titian is we're all damaged characters, obviously, right, from various sort of things that happen to. I'll be honest, I think there's certain factors that whether that's a character sort of trope or not, I think Adim is also not really being aware of stuff that's going on with Titian based on.
And that, so just so you know, from a character point of view, that's exactly why he's having a problem. When he said, you're not the captain of this ship, Adim was going to him as if he were the captain of the ship and he was trying to help. And to have that thrown back in his face, Adim is like, all right, apparently I need to go back to my other ship.
Can I tell you what Titian was thinking?
I know it. Yeah. I know what he saw. I mean, you can, but I know exactly what you think because of how you reacted. But I was just like, go ahead, please.
What Titian was reacting to was when Adim was the one trying to command him to stop. So in two different instances, Adim has told Titian to stop point blank. And only in one of those instances did Titian continue to go forward, and that was with the Ivings. So I think there's this idea of like, even though that didn't work out very well, but there's Titian. But that's what Titian's comment of like, "You're not the captain," which is to say like, Titian has worked under command before, and he's not interested in doing it again. But there's also this element of, he's had Adim try to, from his perspective, order him around a little bit, which that's sort of where some of that was coming from.
And Adim will make appropriate adjustments. You will see.
Cool.
Sure.
I think one thing I think with Adim that does make sense, if I'm getting what you're saying right, is that you actually saw Titian as the captain. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think, and I
understand.
think I started picking up a little bit of that before, like towards the end of our conversation. But I was wanting to let you know that's where that comment from Titian was sort of coming from.
And
Yeah.
and Michael gets it, or Jack. You know,
Yeah.
that's why when you
Yeah.
named that kid Michael, I was like, God damn it! You're talking to me.
Sorry, man.
But to also say, like, I don't think it's bad. Like, I think I love that about a team because a team is very cool and a team is very strategic in a way that Titian is not.
Well, but yeah, it's gonna be next meeting will be interesting for a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That'll be cool. That's interesting because that's funny that the concept of looking at Titian as the captain, there really hasn't been, obviously at surface level, there really hasn't been any clue from a Deem that that's how he thinks, at least as a DM. So that's interesting. I like that. Well, cool, y'all. We did it. We're here. We did it. So next week we should be good as far as I know. Please let me know if you're not able to jump in on that, but I really hope you all do because I'm very excited to keep moving this story forward. A couple of small things. The name change contest. I will say there's another. So on Monday, I'll make a note of saying like this is the last week to get things in. Next Monday. Does that make sense? Geez, what am I trying to say here? The 25th will be when I close things. Okay. So just if there's anything you guys think of the top of your head on that. And I could say more about that, but I won't right now. There's a lot of stuff with that. And then also, quick thing. Friday's group is full. So first off, yay, we did it. There's everybody's good. So that means that now it's your guys that'll start to get other people that show up hopefully. So, which will be fun. That'll be good to have because the next step on that is to start to expand to more days, so that all my hair falls out and then I go insane.
It's not that bad. You get used to it after a while.
Love it.
Just wear hats
cool.
more often.
Well, I love you all very much. You were all my Valentine's Day dates tonight, so thank you so much. Especially with Kavish, that actually kind of became a real thing in a weird way.
There was a little bit of undressing tonight in a way.
There was a little bit of undressing. There was a little romanticism. Cool. Well, awesome, guys. I will see you all next week. Please be safe and love each other. Bye, guys.
Bye, y'all.
Good night.
Bye.